Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on October 2nd, 2025. As we are all aware now, there is a serious crisis going on in Washington, D.C., and I'm hearing from multiple intelligence sources that U.S. President Donald Trump is no longer with us, and this is why we are getting this very bizarre behavior. Here, let me read you a message I got sent by U.S. military intelligence. Trump has been compromised. The deep state is holding something that will bring his presidency to an end, threatening to release it if he does not comply with their demands. And we got the same confirmation of this from MI6. And by the way, MI6 now has a new top as of October 1st, and I've heard that this will lead to a lot of big changes in the Five Eyes. But the gathering of the U.S. 800 admirals and generals in Washington, D.C. for a bizarre rant by both Trump and this reality TV actor pretending to be Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, was kind of the last straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people. But if you don't think Donald Trump has been compromised, then there's no way you can explain his actions other than outright criminality, because the thing that really got to me is he had dinner with Albert Bourla of Pfizer, and suddenly he offers Pfizer $70 billion taxpayer money to make mRNA, and he promised that he would protect them from any legal repercussions of what they're doing. So, there are more than 20 million people around the world and a very large number of Americans. And he should be in jail for war crimes. Instead, Trump is offering him $70 billion to make more of these poisonous... think about that. Why would he do something like that? It does not make sense. Now, the other thing, of course, is his continual pandering to Israel. And I'd like you to watch the first 1 minute and 3 seconds of this video, and you'll see what I mean. So, basically, Trump is involved in a genocide for the sake of a real estate development project involving his son-in-law. Again, that's not what a president of the United States is supposed to be doing. This is out-and-out war crimes, and it's not something that should be allowed. Now, the other thing, of course, is that lots of people are noticing that Trump is showing signs of senility and making mistakes, repeating himself. They're trying to censor this, but there's something very, very wrong with him. His speech at the United Nations was an international embarrassment for the United States. So what we have now is Donald Trump is either compromised or has been replaced and is obeying a known criminal and Satanist by the name of Benjamin Netanyahu. In the real world, Netanyahu should be dragged out of his office and hung from the nearest lamppost. And he brags repeatedly about controlling Donald Trump and the U.S. military. That's not what the military is supposed to be about. Now, the other thing that's going on is clearly the United States is bankrupt, and that's why the government is shut down. Not because of some kind of fake fight between the Democrats and the Republicans, who are all part of the same team, as you know. And it's not going to happen, okay? This time I'm hoping they will really shut it down. Now, I'll repeat again because it's very important. We do have an offer of unlimited financing for the United States to rebuild its infrastructure and to completely write off all debt, public and private, as a one-off deal for the American people, and then build a new capital somewhere in the Midwest as a condition for getting rid of the criminal cesspool that Washington, D.C. has degenerated to. It is now the world's pariah state. It's the leading source of terrorism and drug dealing, human trafficking. It is a black hole. It is a stain on the planet Earth, and there's been a collective decision that this has to end. And I'm hearing it will end. And any leader who's opposed to it is definitely not a real leader, but rather a compromised agent. And I want to show you what a citizen journalist did in Romania to the Romanian president, because that's what any person with a camera, with a phone, can, if they see one of these people in public, turn on your camera and confront them like this person did. Now watch this little clip. See, any of us can do it. We must not let these people wander around in public as if they're lording it over us and there's nothing wrong and we don't know. Because we all know now, or maybe a tiny percentage of people who are either brainwashed beyond hope or a part of the satanic control grid, one or the other. But the rest of us, we definitely do not want these people to stay in power. It's just not right, okay? And the corruption is very, very thorough, and it's right throughout the top. Take a look at this clip now. Here's another one I want to show you. It's just the wife or the ex-wife of Prince Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, offering, to sell access to him. So, what sort of system of government do we have here, where, we have these unelected so-called royals, trying to get money out of people for whatever, probably to spend on adrenochrome. But this is not right, okay? And also, another thing I'd like to point out, this has, come up again, but, the fact is that there still hasn't been any accounting for crimes like 9/11 to justify the mass murder of Iraqi people, and nothing's been done about it. But here you can see U.S. network TV airing once. This clip aired only once after 9/11, but it's saying very clearly a plane did not hit the Pentagon.
Outside the Pentagon, CNN's military affairs correspondent Jamie McIntyre. And Jamie, you got very close to where that plane went down.
That's right, Judy. A while ago, I walked right up to next to the building. Firefighters were still trying to put out the blaze. The fire, by the way, is still burning in some parts of the Pentagon. And I took a look at the huge gaping hole that's in this sideway. But from my close-up inspection, there's no evidence of a plane having crashed anywhere near the Pentagon. The only site is the actual side of the building that's crashed in. And as I said, the only pieces left that you can see are small enough that you could pick up in your hand. There are no large tail sections, wing sections, a fuselage, nothing like that anywhere around.
The reason I'm bringing this up again, it's because we need to hold their feet to the fire over all these things. The government is so corrupt that it's not even a government anymore. It's a bunch of actors working for a bunch of Satanists who are mostly headquartered in Israel and Ukraine or Switzerland these days. Now here's another one that really disturbs me. Did you know that FBI Director Kash Patel's girlfriend is a Mossad agent? So you can see, the United States government has been occupied by a hostile foreign force, and it's time to do something about it. And I am hearing that there is a move among the generals, among the intelligence community, to finally do something about it. They were waiting for October. They're waiting for the new head of MI6. But we have to do it otherwise. And American people, a lot of you have guns, and you're allowed to use them to defend yourself, which they are. Then you're allowed to defend yourself. This is the law. Here you can watch, by the way, a little interesting thing that happened in Florida. Watch this sheriff talk about how you can now carry guns in the open like cowboys in Florida. And then take a look at this guy doing just that. We need armed citizens at this point because the government is not going to defend you. You're going to have to defend yourselves.
Hello everyone, Sheriff Grady Judd here. The First District Court of Appeal in the state of Florida has ruled that our law prohibiting open carry is not valid. That's right. So effective September 25th, if you open carry a firearm in Florida in a public place, it's okay.
So, again, a lot is going on under the surface. I'm hearing many things, but we need to push this. And if you're a general or you're an admiral, ask yourself, did you swear to defend the United States, or did you swear to fight for Israel and for real estate developers who use genocide to seize property from innocent people? So, folks, It really is time. We've got to do something about it. This has gone on way too long. We need to end this now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It says, I haven't found any proof that Erica Kirk was involved in child trafficking. I believe this to be 100% false information. Here is one reference I found, and there are many more if you look. Quote, where it all began, the roots of Erica Kirk Romania controversy appear to lie in the misuse of documents and other scandals. A blurry clip from a 2001 was widely circulated online as proof. The problem is that Erica's ministries did not exist until 2011. In 2001, she was only 12 years old. Fact checkers stressed that her charities were wrongly linked to earlier scandals involving evangelical groups in Constanta and Tendaria. Why do you think they are now trying to discredit her name?
Well, didn't you notice her making the satanic hand sign at her husband's funeral? Doesn't that tell you something? You know, this lady is definitely not qualified to be some kind of mass leader. I mean, I'll look more into the details, but there's no doubt about it. This lady, through her words and actions, is part of some kind of satanic network. And the Romanian stuff, you know, it was passed on to me. I can double check it, but certainly that's what the information I have at present. And if it changes, I'll change it. If I find something to contradict it, I'll investigate. I'll put out a correction. But there can be no doubt that Erica Kirk is not what she's being put out to be. In any case, you shouldn't even be paying attention to this Kirk psyops anymore. All right, just don't even give these people any airtime. Don't even talk about it anymore. It's so obviously fake and designed to manipulate us into fighting each other that you should just ignore it. It's an Israeli psyops. Don't pay attention. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you please explain what you mean when you refer to the term Khazarian Mafia? What constitutes the Khazarian Mafia?
The original and more accurate term I was using is called Sabbatean Frankist Jews. This is a group that basically they openly say it's up to them. It's up to carry out the end times prophecies of the Bible. And I stopped using Sabbatean Frankist Jews because it just didn't click with people, and I started calling them Khazarian Mafia because I don't want Jews who have nothing to do with this to be, you know, smeared with the same brush as these criminals. And that's why the phrase Khazarian Mafia is being used. And these people, they don't worship God or Yahweh, they worship Baal, otherwise known as Molech, Set, or Satan. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. Was supposed to be bankrupt at least 100 times, yet it still exists and stands. How is this occurring, and where are they finding this money? Also, the Charlie Kirk story, Snake Eye 1988, Nicolas Cage movie, is definitely a psyops, as you reported. No question about it. Now, Carney, he is bankrupting Canada for sure. Affordable housing for $3.2 million per house is a joke. Of course, his company Brookfield is profiting hugely from the suffering of Canadians. What would be his next move? What can we expect from Carney? Digital ID, just like we're now seeing in the UK. More taxes. What are your thoughts?
Carney, we've reached out to Carney repeatedly, tried to make him an offer to have Canada make a friendly takeover of the United States and build a new capital somewhere in the Midwest, and he is ignoring our requests. We've come to the conclusion that he is being blackmailed and compromised and should not be in charge of the country. As far as the U.S. government always being able to kick the can down the road, each time they use some trick or another to get money. Sometimes they steal Japanese pensions. Sometimes they fool the Chinese into handing over more. Sometimes they steal gold from somewhere. But this time, we're hoping, and everybody, we got to do our best to make sure it happens, that we really do bankrupt them this time. Because the Washington, D.C. Regime is a curse on this planet. They're the source of terrorism, war, drug dealing, human trafficking. They need to be shut down, and I've repeatedly asked the Chinese and everybody else, do not finance them. At present, it seems they're being financed by Japan, the UK, and by printing money in a circle, but it won't last. They've been doing it for a long time. We're hoping this time it really does go bankrupt. But the whole world is sick and tired of the rogue regime in Washington, D.C., which does not represent the American people, as the American people have already figured out finally. It doesn't matter if you call them Republican or if you call them Democrat, they all work for the same team. Next question.
Hey Ben, question I had today is, how is Trump not compromised? He was Epstein's best friends for years, but however, considering you already mentioned Trump is compromised, I'm going to change it a little bit. You did mention he was compromised today. Do you believe this is in relation to Epstein?
Well, he ran all sorts of beauty contests and brought in young models from Eastern Europe for decades. There's got to be all sorts of skeletons in his closet. I mean, my understanding was that they would help him cover these up if he would go after the deep state, but since he hasn't done that, all he's done is go after a few of his own enemies, but not go after the real source of the problem. I think it's time to lift that protection. The other thing is, right now, he is using these hired goons brought in from the third world as an excuse to send troops into U.S. cities and declare martial law. But this isn't about expelling illegal aliens. This is about turning the United States into a fascist dictatorship. Be aware of this. The real enemies are okay. The illegal immigrants are a problem that was paid for by Soros and those people, and they do need to be shut down. But we also need to go after all these people who pretend to be politicians but are actually actors receiving money from Israel in order to betray the American people. Next question.
Hi Ben, we have our last question for today. Is there a follow-up on the outcome which was with the Russian defense chief traveling to Iraq to establish a possible alliance between Russia and Iraq in reference to your September 19th video?
I have been in touch with Russian intelligence this week, and I've also got reports from French intelligence and U.S. military intelligence that Russia is planning some really, really big move. We are hoping that Egypt and Turkey and Russia will go in and into Israel and arrest Netanyahu and put an end to this horror show. But I'm also hearing they might carry out regime change in Western Europe to remove the Nazis there, like Ursula von der Leyen. Let us see what happens. But I have been told everyone was waiting for October. October is here, and let's make it count this year. Let's try to really finish them off. This has gone on far too long. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So President Trump and the Trump team using the shutdown, which I think is manufactured. Some of these Democrats were basically directed to stay into or vote on the shutdown. And I think that's probably going to continue. I think, they're saving, $400 million a day. And we're probably going to do really well in the long term with taking down the deep state, all right, through this shutdown. So I'm looking at it probably lasting, but who knows, maybe someone with a little common sense in the Democrat Party will, prevail, but I doubt it. I think this is going to be an opportunity for the White Hats to basically take down more of the deep state within the federal government. All right, so let's look at a few things. Let's look at, we have Caroline Levitt basically speaking. She's talking about, some of the issues that are going on and, how they can be fixed. I think it's going to be, it's fantastic what's going on.
problem. And look, we have $0 coming into the federal government right now because the Democrats shut it down. So what Russ Vought is working diligently on is examining how we can fix this mess to ensure that critical funding continues, that we can get people paid. But the Democrats are making that very difficult. And that's why the president put out a statement this morning saying that we're going to start looking across the board at layoffs and at agencies that we feel do not best serve the American taxpayer.
So there you go. It's Doge on steroids, right? So they're going to use this to shut down these useless bureaucracies that are in the federal government.
May need to be halted or permanently cut.
So on that, I wanted to ask you about that because he mentioned Russ Vought in that. I think that came out about 8 o'clock this morning about cutting certain programs that they deem are not necessary. Is that real or is that a negotiating tactic?
Oh, it's very real. And the Democrats should know that they put the White House and the president in this position. And if they don't want further harm on their constituents back home, then they need to reopen the government. It's very simple.
All right. So Caroline Leavitt was asked earlier in a press conference. President Trump posted an AI that talked about. He posted on his True Social. Can you talk about that? So Caroline Leavitt basically just said, "Look, that's President Trump's personal account. He can do what he wants on it." And if he feels he wants to put something up and take it down, that's what he did. And then they went on. So that left the pregnant question of what about those med beds? So that was dropped. That was dropped on the American public because we've been talking about that for a long time, haven't we? And now we see President Trump dropping it and taking it back, right? So just like putting it out there, making a little ruckus within the deep state because, well, the lamestream media has said that he's going to use the government shutdowns for firings and punishment. All right. So it's going to deflect from the Democrats. So the Democrats are causing this. So again, the people that are, mentally compromised, right? You know how I like to say that, consciously compromised. They're gonna get their buttons pushed by this. So the Democrats are going to use that, and that's probably part of their plan too, to push on President Trump, make him look like the bad guy. Well, all of us know who the real bad guys are, right? The people that are consciously compromised don't understand because they've been compromised, right? So that's why we need the med beds. So we got more time to uncompromise these useful idiots for the Democrat Party, right? So they're going to keep pushing that lie. So what a government shutdown means, lapse in funding occurs. So as you heard, they're going to have to start shutting down useless government programs, industries, and so forth, so that they can fund the real things that need to be funded, like Social Security, retirements, healthcare for seniors, all those programs that will have to be funded. So the only way to fund them is to find money, which this should have been done so long ago. If you're spending on your credit card and you reach your max and somebody gives you another credit card, what are you going to do? You're going to max that puppy out too, aren't you? And that's what the federal government has been doing for a long time. We have to manage our budgets. The federal government just keeps on spending, prints some more dollars, and keeps on spending, right? That's the Federal Reserve, which is not federal, part of the government, and they have no reserves because President Nixon did away with the reserves, the gold standard, a long time ago, right? So back in 73. So we're going to see a collapse possibly of the Federal Reserve because the Federal Reserve is going to be exposed, it's not shutting down. Oh, that's because it's not part of the federal government, although it has that federal name in front of it. How about that? So exposure, taking down all of these programs that need to go away. So that's what we're seeing. I hope they never reopen the government, the old government, right? Let's just do away with it and create something new and do away with all these useful idiots that are politicians, most of them, right? So, and I say useful idiots because most of them work for the deep state, right? So let's look at this other video. So many of us know that there are programs that will make sure everything keeps moving, because I remember some of this happening during Obama's term when the federal government was shut down for a very long time. There were a lot of programs that continued. So being in the CIA at the time, I got to see a lot of the stuff that worked behind the scenes, things that were able to keep going and things that, didn't. That's what we're going to see, as time moves forward. A lot of these programs that are corrupt programs that fund the deep state and does the will of the deep state, they're going to get exposed and they're going to weigh.
What's up, everybody? So government shut down first day. Now they're talking, you're starting to hear, oh, well, this is the way that we can streamline the government and we can really slim it down and blah, 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 blah. That's true. But let's talk about why. So with the government shut down, it's the requirement of the executive, along with the Army and the Marine Corps.
What? The Army and the Marine Corps? Wow. So we're seeing in a lot of these cities that the Army and the Marine Corps need to get more involved, aren't we?
To make sure that the nation still functions. That also means that they can move assets without congressional approval, because Congress is basically out the window.
So again, if the government shut down, the military steps in. Well, actually, the military stepped in when the election was stolen back in 2020. It's not over yet, right? So we're going to continually see these types of programs starting to filter in, and that's the military, because we're under pretty much military rule right now.
Here's what I found. With the government shut down, the U.S. Supreme Court doesn't exist, so it moves to the U.S. Marine Corps Division Main Court, justices or judges, and the Army Judge Advocate Generals, and the Air Force Judge Advocate Generals, depending on what jurisdiction we're talking about.
Oh, wow. You mean that we could actually start to have military tribunals during the shutdown? They have been going on, guys, for the most part. A lot of these people have been already taken care of. A lot of them, probably most of them. A lot of them have been taken to ships that are off the coast, and military tribunals have happened there. Military tribunals have happened in Guantanamo. There's people in Guam, all kinds of different places.
Whether it's space or air or land or sea, commercial, right? Which really, this isn't going to be space or air. Everything's really in maritime or.
So as we saw, obviously, New York is an extremely corrupt place. The air traffic controllers are going to be affected by this government shutdown. So I think it was last night, you had two planes collide, and I think a wing was torn off of one of those planes in New York. I don't know which one it is. It's LaGuardia, which one it is. But, I'm surprised they haven't really started, banging the drum about, that happened because of President Trump's, it's his fault that we have the government locked down, because they want to clean up the government and not let the Democrats steal, continue to run up credit card after credit card after credit card, right?
In federal
So Awaken One's, everybody's saying LaGuardia. Okay, thanks a lot. LaGuardia.
Commercial. So right now, what can happen, like what's probably going to happen, and this is going to sound a little crazy, but this is what I see. The police forces, all law enforcement, is going to get moved to Division Main, Marine Corps, and they're going to be attached to as our law enforcement mechanism, and that will facilitate the re-establishment of the American militia, which starts with the veterans.
Wow. So that's very interesting, because we know that once things really start to kick off, we're seeing the very, very, very early stages of this in Portland, in LA, and other cities, that this is going to get a lot bigger. It's going to get a lot bigger than our military can handle. So you're going to need former veterans like myself to form up militias to contribute. So that's what this is moving towards, this shutdown. It's very, very slick, very, very subtle. T3, you think 14 cities? I say at least 17, but I've heard some say 19 cities will be lost. But that remains to be seen. Hopefully no cities will be lost, but I'm pretty much sure that we're going to lose cities, Portland being one of them.
Second, and this is beautiful, transportation and transit will be taken away from the states, and they will be moved into North America. And that transportation transit system will operate under the Army Corps of Engineers. So remember back in the day, like we had the Army Corps of Engineers for the bridges. Well, now the Army Corps of Engineers is going to be over our bridges, our roads, all that stuff. That's transportation.
So we've heard that some of our major bridges, especially over the Mississippi, have been wired to blow, right? And they could have been wired to blow under the misguided assumption of those that were basically wiring them, that it was being done in case America were ever to be taken over by, some occupying force. So the people that wired it put the explosives in a lot of these bridges and so forth. These bridges need to be protected. So that's what you're seeing there, I believe. You're also seeing that will be a control point. If this happens, and it happens very quickly, and you start putting military into cities like we just saw in Memphis, because Memphis last night got military involvement in it. Of course, the Democrats hate that too. So you're seeing this slow creep at this point of the military coming into cities, guys. Now, these are cities that will support it to a certain extent. These are cities where the Democrats that are there in power are so weak that they can be basically put in their place because there's enough people there that want this to happen. So these are the things we're going to start to see gradually pick up pace. But imagine in these major cities like Chicago, which is probably really wired for a massive pushback and destruction, if we put military in there before it starts, preemptively, this would be the ideal. But you're going to run up against a mainstream media and all of these compromised Democrat, governors, mayors, senators, congressmen, and so forth, that are going to scream and yell and incite their populaces to push back, right? We already know that. So the only way we can overcome a lot of this is to start surreptitiously to put people in place. And now we're initially using it as gangs, violence, and so forth. But ultimately, we want the military and eventually militias to be throughout the country. Of course, that's not going to stay that way. It never will. It's sad that it has to be that way, but we know it has to be that way. But if it's preemptive, that's fabulous. And I just saw where this one Democrat woman was saying that they're not violent, that leftists aren't violent, and that if she had it her way, all guns would be taken away. I think that's great. I think wherever Democrats are right now, I think they should take those guns away ASAP. Let's let them rule right now. Let's let these leftist Democrats say no more guns, no more violence. Hoorah, hoorah, no more guns, no more violence. They got their megaphones and they're marched through the streets in their crazy outfits and gray hair, pink hair, whatever they got going on. And we're like, yeah, that sounds good. It sounds really good, right? And then we take those guns away, and then we move in with our militia and the military. So that would be perfect. So I wouldn't doubt that we'll start to see in some of these blue cities, because some of these blue political types, I believe, have flipped, and they're going to start to work with the good guys. And part of that will be, well, look at all the violence. Let's take away the guns. Let's make sure there's no guns on the streets, because we know where the real violence comes from. And a lot of violence is stopped out by good people that own guns. They don't publish that at all. There's probably more violence that's stopped out by good people with guns than with bad people with guns, by far. I've seen those reports, but they never use those reports.
Okay, so the states and the local counties can't profit from them anymore with their buddy contractors, right? So that's going to happen. Public land and ground will be moved to judge advocate generals, and so will the probate courts. And this is the best part. Healthcare will be nationalized through the Army. EMS will be nationalized through the Army. Fire services, emergency response, emergency management, all weather, all that stuff is going to be through the Army.
Now, you just saw with Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, where he talked about how the standard is going to be raised. No more beards. You're going to have to get haircuts. You're going to have to do physical fitness tests twice a year, the way it used to be when I was in. It was like, what? What are you talking about? What happened? So there's a lot. I've already seen videos, of course, with these wokesters that are in the military that are like, I'm going to get out now because I got to shave my beard. Right? I'm like, please get your ass out now. We have a line of people ready to come in and take your sorry ass place. Right? So now we know that just a year or two ago, under the Byington administration, that they couldn't find enough people. The recruiting levels were extremely low. They didn't know what they were going to do. And then Trump comes in, and now they have the highest recruitment in the history of the volunteer force, in the history of it, right?
With the Marine Corps as the countersign. Okay? Sorry, something climbed my ear. So you're talking about national health care, bye-bye medical insurance companies. See ya. It was all for profit scam anyways. All these organizations, NGOs that were sponsored by Congress, no more NGOs, not unless they're for profit. 501c3 churches, you're gone. You're a business. No more tax write-offs, no more 501c3 churches. You're going to have to become an American religious establishment, or you're going to be recognized as a business. So it's going to be the keys. The keys that they gave them the keys to the kingdom. They gave the Army and Marine Corps, along with the executive, keys to the kingdom. It's going to be a whole new nation with a whole new reality, a whole new education system. Education, university education, that's over. That's going back to the military and the veterans. The colleges for the universities will stay for profit the way it's supposed to be. And by the way, just so everybody knows, nobody ever got a university degree. You got a college degree that was sponsored by a university. According to my background check, I have a Bachelor of Laws from the University of Florida that was issued to me, but that is a Bachelor of Laws under English common law, which is actually a university degree, not a college degree. Got it? So let's see what happens. Get your popcorn.
All right. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. Things are moving in the right direction. Now I was already onto this, and I just wait. It's like, okay, we're going to see this somewhere. And then when I see it, I pounce on it and release it. Sometimes I'm ahead when I'm absolutely correct, like the Charlie Kirk shooting, like the President Trump shooting. I'm on that right away, right? That's my forte. I'm an expert in those fields, and I call it out immediately when it's done, right? The PSYOP. So PSYOP, obviously, in both of those instances for a positive reason, just like the PSYOP with President Trump releasing shooting in England, right? So we know that our Congress is basically on vacation because they're celebrating Yom Kippur, right? So they're not working. So even if they could get together and maybe come to agreement, which it's kind of very skeptical. I'm very skeptical about that now. But maybe. And maybe they'll come back on Friday, tomorrow, because Yom Kippur is over. Jewish holiday. And, so Jesus was a Jew. And who was it that voted for him to be crucified? Jews, right? We could say the deep state because I think it was a deep state all the way back then. And even Rome didn't like him. Remember, it was Pontius Pilate. He comes in. He was trying to come on, let this Jesus guy go. Everybody loves him. And they're like, no. He turned over our money tables, and we can't have him around. Everybody thinks he's a prophet, and our king, he doesn't like it because the king wants to be worshipped. Don't you have a religion where you worship a God, but the king is during the time frame where Jesus was born? So anyway, the Jews, the Khazarian Mafia, I would say, all the way back then, had voted to have Jesus executed. So Jesus wasn't a Christian there, was he? No. So eventually there is this Christianity thing, right? There are people that, Paul and all the other, disciples and so forth, all of them killed too. All right. Some of them even worse. Bartholomew, the guy, when you look at Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, as you're looking at the table where you see Jesus and Mary Magdalene sitting next to each other, on the far side, on the right side, is Bartholomew. Bartholomew was skinned alive for promoting Christianity, right? So when Michelangelo did the Sistine Chapel, and he shows Bartholomew in the Sistine Chapel, and he has a knife, the knife that was used to basically skin him alive, and it shows his skin. His skin is of the exact image, because Michelangelo didn't like to paint himself, is in the exact image of Michelangelo himself. Good look. Yes, I'm all into past life stuff. I see all this stuff. So anyway, you go deeper into this stuff when you do that, right? So some of us pick this stuff out. Some of us do the research, go deeper. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that a lot of people are all about this Israeli state, and So we have today in the UK, we had this synagogue murder, right? So a Muslim came in and murdered 2 people, and 2 people, I guess, are in critical condition, and 2 or 4 others are in bad condition. Immediately after that, because he was shot because he had a, and I've been saying this, guys. I've been saying here in America, we're going to see explosive vests. Kind of like that guy that was at Charlie Kirk shooting. Everybody looks over and see the guy in the brown. I think that guy's a Navy SEAL, former Navy SEAL. And it looks like he's activating the device, the squib, right? So I think that we're going to see people start to pull away from the Israel thing, right? We have Tucker Carlson. We have Candace Owens. They've been kind of banging this drum for a little bit, but they're trying to like wake people up. And then you have the Christians that are compromised, I believe, compromised consciously compromised, right? That are coming in trying to say, oh, you can't talk about the Jews, right? Excuse me, but again, didn't the Jews kill Jesus? Right? And I'm not banging on the Jews. Jews don't believe in Jesus, guys. Jews don't believe in Jesus. Hello, wakey, wakey. All right. Now, they believe that he was a great man. They believe that maybe he has power, some of them, but most of them I've already put this out many times. Jews, when they're walking by cathedrals, Christian cathedrals, they spit on the ground when they go by, right? That's been videoed for a long time. In Gaza, they're not just blowing up mosques, they're blowing up Christian churches in Gaza too, right? So there's been a lot of people that have reported on this, and former military officers that are now going in to try and get food to the Gazans, right? So there's some problems here. So I see people. I just put up Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson had a very good video where he's like, yeah, we need to really look at this, all right? And like I'm saying, we need to really look at this, because there is some kind of faction that are in a lot of these Christian churches that are pushing a narrative which doesn't belong here at all, right? Now we've just seen Bibi Netanyahu has said that they're going to pay $7,000 to influencers to promote the Jewish Israeli narrative and to go after people that speak out against Jews. I'm not speaking out against Jews. I'm speaking out against Gezerim Mafia, right? Where is Gezerim Mafia located right now? Go ahead, figure it out, all right? So, shocking video shows cop frantically warn crowd in Manchester synagogue attacker has a bomb, all right? So, now I'm not justifying the violence that this Muslim did. I think it's atrocious. I've seen this in my travels. It's not cool, right? So here you see he's got the bomb belt, right? When I was in the Middle East, and the extremists basically came in, they would go into, oftentimes they go into markets where a lot of people were, and they blow their vest up, and they kill like 100 people. Just in a market where people are shopping and so forth, buying food, buying clothes, whatever open air market, wherever people go to shop. And this was very common, still is. So here we're seeing it in the UK. So we've seen this illegal immigration coming in. Who funded it? Trump already pointed out the UN funded it. And they brought in a lot of people that don't do well with others. All right, that's the Muslims. They don't integrate. They come in, they don't assimilate, they take over. All right. And they've said this very often. This is another thing that we need to like get clued up on. Not only with Israel being Khazari Mafia, but also with the Muslim community basically not integrating, right? Coming in and basically taking over. So that's what they're trying to do here in England. So 2 people were killed after a madman rammed his car into a crowd outside the Heaton Park Synagogue in Manchester before stabbing multiple worshipers who were marking Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year in Judaism. So it shows him here after he's been shot. All right. So let's look at, there's a video. Let's look at a little video on this as well.
Been fully occupied by the Islamic side, who are rioting and completely disrupted the train journeys of ordinary people in the country. Let's go to Glasgow.
Has stepped up security at synagogues across the whole of the country, and we will do whatever is required to keep our Jewish community safe. I know that there are many questions that are still to be answered.
Again, if you joined us late, we now have the identity of the attacker. His name is Jihad al-Shami. He was 35 years old, from Syria, but held a British passport. Then we got the Jews. We got there we go. They've arrived now to counter the Islamic side.
Communities like the one attacked in Manchester provided safety, but also the security that comes from a promise that this is a country that stands up to hatred, and that we don't just provide refuge, we provide a home for so many Jewish families.
All right, so there you go. Stormer basically saying that they're going to continue to bring in illegal aliens, people in their communities, but they're going to continue to bring them in, right? So that's pretty much the way things are in England. Fortunately, it's not like that here. President Trump has said he's not going to let any more Muslims immigrate into America. I think he's seeing the light, right? Seeing the light that a lot of us have been talking about for quite some time. Yes, Silverflint, that's he is that thing, right? So that delectable thing that women like to insert inside themselves, I guess. So yeah, he's one of those things. So maybe women would like that. Maybe women would like to have. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. So anyway, let's move on to the next subject. And so the National Guard training ahead of Portland deployment.
Many, many nights. Nick, thank you for being with us. And I wanted to start off this segment with something that I think is going to shock a lot of our viewers. I watched this on social media the other day. This is you being confronted by an agitator out in front of that ICE building who threatens you with violence. Listen here.
What are you doing? Why are you so mad? I didn't do anything. You did. What did I do? Walk. I haven't done anything. Walk.
Do not come back.
Watch out.
You come back, I'm gonna smoke you, dude.
Really?
Yes, really. I'm gonna smash that camera.
You have DHS watching you right there, lasered on you. You have a sniper lasered on you right now.
I don't give a
So he said that he is going to smoke you if you don't get out of there. And then it looked like DHS snipers came to your rescue. They zeroed in on him and lit him up with one of their lasers. That's what eventually got him to back.
So I think this guy, Nick, must have, he must be wired up for the sniper to be covering him, right? Department of Homeland Security. So from a distance, you're not going to be able to figure out what's going on. But if you have some kind of communication, maybe they said, hey, if you're going to go out in that crowd, we want to cover you. And so we're going to like put a device on you so we can hear what's going on. All right, so that's probably what happened, or maybe it's coordinated for him to go in and see if they could, like, I wouldn't do that, but I'm not going to go into a bunch of crazies where you can never guesstimate what they're going to do. Like this guy says he's going to smoke him. Who knows what he's got? A knife, he's got a gun, he's got an axe. Who knows? That's pretty tough. That's journalism. That's very brave, but hopefully this guy, has more security coverage like that, guys with sniper rifles as he goes in.
Down. But for people who say that there's not violence going on in front of these facilities, what do you say?
It's a complete lie. There's lots of violence going on. That's just one of the many threats I got that night. And when I was walking back to my car, another person pulled out their gun and threatened me, saying, "You want to be Kirk Jr.?" I mean, these people are very dangerous and they're unhinged. Just the other night, a woman got beat up. She got punched in the face out there.
So he's talking about a reporter that had a transgender, basically had some kind of sign and took the pointy end of the sign and poked her in the face with it, and her eyes all like black and blue now. But imagine that hit her in the eye. It would have taken her eye out. So they're unhinged. They're crazy people. And we really need the military to go in on a massive scale and just sweep the streets of Portland and not let any of these people back. All right. Arrest them, the homeless, the drug addicted, so forth. Get them help, get them out of the city. Don't let them come back. If they come back, then there's got to be a place where they get treatment. We have to do every city like that. We have to stop all the drug trafficking. I believe that Venezuela is going to get spanked, right? That's coming. But there's a lot of problems here in the United States. A lot. Now, imagine that you are a military that is occupying, which is basically what the cartels are doing to us, occupying a different country. You have to have supply routes. Somebody has to fund you. Somebody has to bring you more bullets, more whatever it is, more drugs, more children to traffic. All right. So there's supply lines. Now, Trump and the military have cut those supply lines at the border. So things are drying up. Things are starting to dry up. They're not having the drugs. They're not having the trafficking material. So all of these things are drying up. Maybe even the money that was going back and forth is drying up. So the guys on the other side of the fence are not very happy about it either. So they're trying to do the boats, Venezuelan boats, and they're getting smoked, right? And it's to the point now that they're not sending any more boats. I guess they got the message, right? So we have to, at some point, take out the people that are the kingpins, right? If you want to stop military, you have to go after the leadership, right? So that's what we've done. When I was in, the CIA, well, SEAL teams and the CIA, we focus on the leadership. And then the rest of the Army and the ground forces and so forth worked on the Army. But once the leadership is taken out, things start to completely collapse. Unless someone is ready to step up and assume that leadership role and is just as effective, it's basically destroying that army. So that's what we're seeing in America, the destruction of the cartels and the cabal in the cities, all right? So it's a war. I mean, Trump has talked about it. I've talked about it. A lot of us have talked about how this is a war, and it is when you take it into that frame of reference, that frame of mind, all right? So the war is ongoing. The war is intensifying. It's, we shut down their supply routes, that lines, and we're going after the most violent of their groups. Maybe in some cases we're getting some of the honchos, but for the most part, we still have a lot of work to do, right? We've been invaded by millions. There were millions before Biden. There was a cleanup process that was going on in Trump's last administration, but there's a lot of resistance to that. Now we're seeing that resistance starting to dry up as people are seeing the horrific conditions that, come on the other side of these cartels that come into the cities and start to run things, right? Colorado is a really good example. Colorado is collapsing on many different levels because they've let the cartels come in and run the situation. Because some of these politicians obviously get compromised in different ways, they get payoffs, and there's like, okay, we paid you all this money. Now you got to let more of us come in. Now you got to let us do the child trafficking. Now you got to let us do this. Now you got to let us do that. Oh, you want to resist? Oh, well, we're going to replace you. In the next election, we're going to decide who's going to be in your position, and you're going to be gone. And then it's going to not be very good for you, because with all the money you've made and all the things you bought, you're not going to be able to afford them anymore, right? So you're going to have to downsize. So a lot of these people are very egoic psychopaths, right? They'll do whatever they need to do to maintain that egoic fix, right? So this is some of the things that we're seeing. Of course, they use women to, keep these guys in line as well. Remember Playboy, Hugh Hefner, that was all part, the Playboy bunnies all over the country. That was all part of, using, and not only those women, obviously, but obviously the people that were in corporations or politicians and so forth that visited those clubs, all this stuff. And then you have Jeffrey Epstein, and P. Diddy, and on and on and on. So it's being exposed. It's being taken down, the whole system, bit by bit by bit by bit. And so this shutdown is probably going to help accelerate it to a great extent. And the military, like we're talking about, will have to move in, because all of these programs are going to have to be shut down because we can't afford anymore, because the Democrats stopped all the funding, right? So that's going to be used. And the Democrats, of course, aren't getting all of the, money laundering from child trafficking and drug trafficking and all the stuff they've been using it for, right? And also we're manipulating the stock market and crypto and all that kind of stuff. So they manipulate it up and down. It should be like this constant, but it like ramps up and it ramps down. It's manipulation. It's all manipulation, right? It's ridiculous. So yeah, everything has to come down. Right? So everything has to be exposed. All right. So one of those things, as far as like the medical industry, which is being shut down, there are things out there that are helping people get off medications. Now, I've helped several people over the last, several years. Just a couple more recently, were people, a couple, elderly couple, not that old, around my age, that had some health issues. They were taking medications. And a lot of times when you take medications, you get complications from the medications, and then they give you another drug for whatever is ailing you. That's what the medical establishment does. They don't find and fix what the problem is. They keep medicating because they make money that way, and they medicate the medication that's causing issues. You can have all these, how they have the commercials and they talk real fast, and you can have you can have but blindness and you lose your baby and so that stuff starts to happen, and they're like, well, that's happening to you. You're all swelling up twice your size, so we're gonna give you some stuff to stop the swelling, and that makes them, they can't eat, but they keep swelling up, so they give them something else for that, and so eventually. So these two people told me that they had watched me talk about LifeWave for quite some time, for about a year or so, and then they started using the X39. All right, so the X39, as David Schmidt is going to share with you, the inventor of LifeWave, and how did he get his start? in the Navy SEAL teams, right?
What type of products would I use? And, hopefully those are going to be things other people are interested in. Like, for example, I don't want to age. And I'd be willing to bet there's probably a lot of people that feel the same way. So the thinking was that X39 was such a massive success that on a technical level, we got about 1/3 of the way to stopping aging. That's what copper peptide does. So it's not a complete solution for stopping aging, but it's certainly an indication that it might be possible. So then the question is, could we develop a technology that would allow people to stop and even reverse aging? That's the goal that we set in our research. When I'm working with
And that's actually the goal that they met. All right. So it's not stopping the aging process, it's actually reversing the aging process. And how does that happen? The X39 basically, copper peptide, activates your stem cells, and that helps you to overcome the aging process. So now med beds, wearable med beds, that's what we call it. It's actually, quite effective. Now, something that is a problem is the energy that's coming into the earth right now. Now, what causes that energy to come into the earth right now? We're moving into a natural process. This happens for the earth and the sun on a continuing basis. If we're informed, if we're involved in the process, we can survive it and actually thrive. There are people in the past that weren't informed and didn't thrive. And there's also, like I tease, that some people are consciously compromised. These energies that come in actually stop that compromising of consciousness, right? And that's another reason why the deep state is really active in trying to take us down. Now, Earth just had a massive charging event, and it lasted for 3 days, and it was a surprise. Now, over the last, up to this point right now, in the history, since we've been taking, observations and so forth, I don't know how far back that goes, but in the history, since we've been taking these observations, we've had the most significant activity of earthquakes and volcanoes since these things have been taken, right? But I guarantee you, we have a lot more coming.
Right now, at the end of a super long geomagnetic storm, it's been nearly 3 days of intense magnetic fluctuations that have been sweeping across the planet much longer than normal. This is, in fact, the longest geomagnetic storm of 2025, in addition to one that hit us back in June. And that one was slightly stronger in its intensity. It was also very long duration, about 72 hours of geomagnetic storming. But those two storms have been the longest in duration of this year. The difference is a storm back in.
Now, he's going to go in what happened the last time this type of energy came into Earth. So this energy, when it comes into Earth, it's not like it's you stick your finger or you stick a bobby pin into an electric socket and you get shocked. Basically what it does, it comes into the Earth and it starts to build, and it builds and it builds. And then eventually it comes out, and it comes out in the form of earthquakes, volcanoes, and hurricanes, right? So that's what we've been seeing on a massive scale.
June wasn't really a surprise. This one was. It kind of came out of nowhere. There are a variety of explanations.
There are a variety of explanations. So even as this natural cycle happens, process that has been predicted throughout time, but because the deep state basically controls our educational system, we believe that it is something that we can't, predict, right? Unless you're like me, you feel these energies and you're like, this is not good. Things are going to be happening, right? So there is a science behind this, and some of the science is starting to be exposed. Of course, it gets attacked. Some of the people that have been exposing this have been killed in the past, but there's enough of this has been leaking. It's making a difference. Some of the people that have been, telling people how these energies work, how the energies move around the planet and so forth, they're constantly attacked. But there is a lot of people that, because it wasn't taught to them in school, it doesn't exist, right? Because they haven't heard it before, and just some guy that was a Navy SEAL, or some guy that, Stefan Burns, what's his background? Does he have a major university backing him? Does a government back him? No. So a lot of people are consciously compromised on this information, but you're going to find out. You're going to find out. A lot of people are finding out that there's some serious issues that are happening right now. Now, did the deep state do something to make the Earth or the sun kick off more energy? I don't think they control everything, guys, but they can spin things a little bit more, and I think they're doing it right now.
And understandings of what may have caused it. I talked about that in yesterday's video, but in general, it was certainly a bit of a unexpected shakeup. Solar wind velocity went over 800 kilometers per second at one moment, which is very fast, indicating that some sort of plasma wave of high velocity hit us. It could also be a high-speed stream. That's what NOAA is saying. But if you look at the sun, this is going all the way back to the 25th of September. Where's the coronal hole? We don't really see it. I mean, yeah, little things, but nothing that should have given us a G3 storm that overall lasted 72 hours. Now, we do have this coronal hole coming up here. This is our favorite coronal hole. I think this is the 14th rotation of this one.
So the normal things are called these G3 storms that eventually lead to earthquake activity, volcanic activity. And during this process that it was coming in, it was kicking off a lot of energy. I'm going to show you how Kilauea was fountaining lava like it's never fountained before.
Now, you'll notice at the very end of this video, it's not yet geoeffective. So that's not what hit us. We're about to get hit by that. And so you add in all these factors together, and we are in an earthquake watch. And in fact, I think there is a much higher risk of there being a megaquake in the near future. I would say for the month of October. I know it's kind of a wide time window, but the forecasts that we do here are not ultra precise because that's really, really difficult to do. Basically, no one does it. We look at the space weather factors, the current energetic conditions here on Earth, and just look at the overall seismic rhythmic trends that exist. And that has allowed us to be fairly accurate at forecasting earthquake trends at a global scale, which is the first step to then becoming more granular. So we have this ultra long duration geomagnetic storm that's just now wrapping up. That means that a bunch of energy basically got moved around in the Earth, because when you have a fluctuating magnetic field, now you have these really powerful electric currents that are flowing. All
right, so these powerful electric currents that have come into the Earth are going to have an outlet, and it's a megaquake. Megaquakes, I've been talking about megaquakes coming. We're going to talk a little bit more about a megaquake and what that might look like for the United States. All the way back in 1964, I was 4 years old. I don't remember it, but Alaska had a massive 9.2 earthquake. There were in South Africa, the energy of it, basically the way it moves through the earth and it moves through water and so forth, it moved well water in South Africa, in Louisiana, in bays in Louisiana. I'm going to show you this effect that happens. And it basically caused this sloshing effect, and it sunk boats in Louisiana from an earthquake in Alaska. It was a big earthquake, and we're due for one off the coast of the United States. All right. So let's look at, some of the things that are happening right now as far as the weather, and then we're going to look at the volcanoes and earthquake activity. A little bit of educational process. You need to be educated so that you can respond with a little common sense, right? So otherwise, you're going to be compromised. You're going to get compromised by this, guys.
And a major 6.9 magnitude earthquake strikes, and we've...
All right, so dozens of people were killed in the Philippines while this G3 storm is happening, impacting the earth.
got two hurricanes off the East Coast, Imelda and Humberto.
All right, so you got two big hurricanes off the coast of America, which we've seen a lot of hurricanes this year, 2 Cat 5s now, and they didn't impact, well, indirectly. We're going to see that there was an indirect impact from these storms in North Carolina. Imagine, because one of those storms was supposed to come into South Carolina, North Carolina area, right? But surprisingly, even though everybody's, forecasting it's coming there, it turned and went out to sea. All right, that's a good thing, but still, will the White Hats be able to continue to do the right thing with it? Yeah, they will, if they know it's coming. If it comes very rapidly and there's a lot of force and a lot of energy and so forth, or other things that are happening somewhere else, some of these can get through, guys. So we have to be aware of that. Some of the energy from this hurricane or from these hurricanes can get in and cause damage. Now, the last Cat 5 that, swept past and went out to sea, swept past the U.S., it caused some damage in North Carolina and some other places, but it didn't come in. Of course, we know what happens when these hurricanes come in. There's massive amounts of damage, especially if it's a Cat 4 or Cat 5. So that is off the coast, bringing in energy, right? So we've been pretty lucky this year, right? I predicted there would be some pretty significant activity, but it's all been steered away, right? Up to this point. Last year, I guess the White Hats didn't have their equipment up online, right? But this year seems to be they've flipped it to a great extent. I've talked about that a little bit in other shows. So now we have basically a pattern that's starting to form that can potentially allow these to come in.
And in the Atlantic, the little yellow lemon we finally got in Florida is at 10% in 48 hours, 10% in the next 7 days, showing that any development will be slow as it generally moves northwestward across the Florida Peninsula into the Gulf. Now, this is very important, everybody, because Google Minds is taking this up the East Coast and is not going that way. The Euro is showing this way. So the AI does not have this at all. And that wave coming towards the MDR, still showing this is about 7 to 8 days away, potentially impacting the Lesser Antilles. Is at 20% in the next 7 days, 0 in the next 4.
All right, so these storms can form, and they can come in, and they be like a freight train coming in, guys, and they can build and build and build, or they could be like a little tropical disturbance, and then the next day it's a Cat 5. We've seen this last year. So we have to be very careful, going forward. I think we've all done a very good job of keeping track of this, maybe using our consciousness to a great extent to push these storms. I've been talking about this for well over a decade, how our consciousness basically can move and bring in weather, right? Depending on how you want to move that. But it's one of the easiest things that you can learn. Moving weather around, right? So if enough people, because when these storms are getting close, you notice how the press used to like really go out of their way to build up the excitement and the fear. What do you think that did? That helped bring it in, right? Gave it energy. Deep state likes to do that, right? They like to create fear, anger, and lots of other negative emotions. So you have to learn to stay in the low vibration. It's very effective. All right. So these energies, even though they miss the U.S., they go somewhere. They don't just disappear, all right? And I know some of you are like, well, duh. Well, where do they go? They go across the Atlantic, don't they? See all the energy? All right, so this is the United States over here, and here's those big storms that are going to Europe. So we missed it, but somebody else got it, all right? They don't get the winds, but they get the water. Better watch that water, all right? So that's what we're seeing in Sicily right now, chaos in Italy.
When news spread of the disappearance of a young woman trapped in the raging waters in one of the areas hardest hit by the storm. Rescue teams supported by firefighters, civil defense, and volunteers worked tirelessly in hopes of finding her.
All right, so we can be happy that these storms aren't hitting us, but like I said, they go somewhere, right? It doesn't just go poof. They go across the Atlantic and they cause difficulties and problems over there. So unfortunately, the Europeans are getting hit by that. Now, energies are the same way. Energies can come in and affect one area, and another area will be unscathed, right? So just because you're unscathed by these energies, like the West Coast to a great extent so far, all right, doesn't mean they're not happening in other places. They're kicking off in a lot of other places right now. But when you take in the grand scheme of things, it's having a major impact. I just saw just before I came up that where the 8.8 happened, they're getting a lot of aftershocks right now, or small earthquakes, swarms of earthquakes. Right? Is something else going to kick off there? Possibly something in Japan, I think, and then off the coast of Oregon, California. All right, the Cascadia zone, and that will kick off the other ones. Well, I can't think of the names of them right now, but there's the earthquake, lines of energy that are in California, San Andreas, and there's what's that other one? There's another one. Can't think of its name. So San Andreas, and then there's one next to it. Doesn't get a lot of recognition, but hasn't gone off in. Normally it goes off in every 100, 120 years. And we're at 140 years, going on 150. So it's way overdue. So that means that energy is building, the Hayward Fault. So the San Andreas, the Hayward, and there's one that actually runs through right behind me, Lake Tahoe. So I think there's going to be multiple. Once a big one goes off, like the Cascadia, and causes a massive tsunami, we're going to see dominoes happen in a lot of these. And just like I talked about with Alaska having a 9.2, if we get a 9 something off the coast of California or Oregon, that's going to be a fairly significant tsunami, and that energy will travel under the mountains and across to the East Coast, all right? And it will affect the East Coast. The East Coast will probably have significant earthquake activity over there as well, because we have that one fault that runs up through Tennessee and all those areas. Yeah, I can't remember all this stuff. So it'll come to me maybe, but there's all these faults that run through. That one fault that I'm talking about on the East Coast, it lit off one time, and it basically made the Tennessee or the Mississippi River reverse, right? So it's pretty significant, when these earthquakes go off. It really liquefies sand and earth, and things sink, and all kind of crazy stuff happens. So I think we're gonna see New Madrid. Yeah, thanks, Scott. So the New Madrid fault zone could get activated by a massive earthquake that happens in the fault that's off the coast, Cascadia fault. that's off the coast of Oregon and California, right? So still, we're getting signs of all this coming, guys. We're seeing the buildup of all these earthquakes and volcanoes. So listen to this. This is something they've never seen before at Mount Etna.
Mount Etna just erupted again, but this time something.
Now, it didn't just erupt. He's talking about, I think, an August eruption here.
Came out that shouldn't exist. Amid the smoke and lava, a glowing material surfaced. Unlike anything ever recorded in Etna's history, it pulsed, it shimmered, and it left scientists completely stunned. Emergency teams rushed to collect samples, only to find it wasn't like any known volcanic emission. No match in the global geological database. No trace elements common to known lava flows. Early analysis suggests it's forming deeper than Etna's magma chamber.
So deeper. So these energies that are coming into the earth are causing more magma chambers that are deeper to be activated, which will eventually cause larger earthquakes, because magma moving around can cause earthquakes and cause much bigger volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, on and on and on.
Possibly tapping into a layer of Earth we've never reached. Whatever it is, it's not just rare. It may be the start of something far more dangerous. Mount Etna's eruption didn't stop with the strange glowing material. At 11:23 in the morning, the volcano unleashed a violent pyroclastic flow, one of the most destructive forces on Earth. Within seconds,
So this was what happened to Pompeii. Vesuvius basically had one of these pyroclastic blasts, and the Pompeians and Herculaneum, they probably had lots of volcanoes. They probably had lots of people tell them, it's nothing, kind of like what's going on now for a lot of people. But the smart people get the hell out of there, right? Some people stay behind, and some people probably stay behind because they had valuables there and so forth. And that, unfortunately, is what, will take out a lot of people in the coming months and years as this starts to increase.
Torrent of ash, poisonous gases, and burning rock fragments tore down its eastern flank at over 140 kilometers per hour. That's faster than a racing car. And there was no time to escape. Tourists scattered, onlookers fled. Some described it as a wall of fire chasing them downhill. In less than a minute, the flow had traveled over 2 kilometers. And by the time it slowed, it had scorched a path stretching more than 3 kilometers long.
All right, so all over the world, this stuff is really starting to increase on a massive scale. And I think we're just seeing the beginnings of it. I think it's going to get a lot worse. And we'll see examples of it. Kilauea had a magnificent, is the most unbelievable eruption I've seen yet from Kilauea and from any volcano. I mean, look at this. It's spectacular. It's like angel wings. That's what my wife called it angel wings. So it really spewed up to 1,300 feet. And I believe they were that's the highest volcanic lava trajectory that they've had, maybe in history. So really starting to wake up. And it seems to get more and more active, spews out more and more lava. Some of those lava vents that are spewing out that lava, there's a couple of them there, as you saw. Some of them have been spectacular. I remember when Kilauea first started, I think that was the 34th episode, because it'll, release energy like you just saw it, and then it'll calm down. It'll build back up and release it again. It's done 34 times over the last several months, right? So they were saying in the beginning stages, it would take years at the pace the lava was coming out for it to fill up, right? And it's actually getting pretty close. In fact, where you saw that lava jettisoning out, it looks like it's about, that lava was actually spewing over the rim. So we may see where that spewing is coming out, we may see it collapse the rear wall and start to spill out and then go into all of Hawaii. Well, not all of Hawaii, but, where there's homes. Several years ago, it came out and it took out a lot of homes and so forth. So we may see that coming again. I think it's very close. If it's not going to happen in the next one, it'll probably happen in the one after that. So just a matter of time before the rim wall collapses. So here is a video that shows the rim wall actually starting to collapse. Now look at the spot right here. This is rock that's starting to glow. Of course, that's what lava is. It's rock that's superheated. All right, but see this little area right here? It's going to get superheated and it's going to start to collapse there, and it's going to start to collapse back here where the rim is. So we had lava spewing over the rim this time. It's not flowing in streams yet, but like I said, it could be coming very close. We're getting close to that point. All right. So I must have missed the other chunk. So there was another chunk earlier, but I'm not going to go back and look at it. Well, you guys get the point, right? So basically, it's starting to fill up that chamber, and eventually it's going to start to come over the rim. I don't think it's going to have to fill up all of the cauldron before it starts to spill over, and it's very close. All right, so one of the places that I think has the highest possibility is Camp Filigree. So Camp Filigree is really getting worse and worse and worse. Now this is Italy again, and if it goes, it could affect all of Europe. All of Europe. All right. So this is one that I think has a very strong possibility of basically cooking off.
This is the land rise that is happening there, the increased earthquake activity,
So they have a road right here that's boiling. So the heat and the lava underneath are making this road collapse in some places and then boil up.
fumarole activity, gas emissions, but Brady seism is not the problem. What is causing this is the problem, and that's the volcano. So phenomena always sounds like, yeah, there's something going on.
So you see all these former cauldrons that were in this whole area. It's got multiple. It's just one big, massive, volcano, super volcano that could very well explode. And I think that's what's going to happen.
We don't know what it is, but it's not so bad. It's not really a phenomena. It's a super volcano that is creeping towards eruption. This is a volcanic.
So you had Vesuvius, as we've seen from, they've gone in and poured, and they found pockets and they poured plaster Paris in these little pockets, air pockets, they thought, and it was a human being. They basically had been fried completely, and had been a shell had been perfectly built over this human. I've been to Pompeii, walked the streets, and there's some areas where they still have, of course, they got a museum. I think at one time they used to have a lot, but the mafia took them and sold them. But there's still evidence. You can see that. That's very potentially what can happen to not just hundreds, but millions of people in this area.
Crisis. I would say volcanic crisis instead of Brady seismic phenomena. And is this really an asphalt swelling phenomena, or is this also a volcanic signal? Really? right? Or would you say, as part of that volcanic crisis, now the asphalt is bubbling? Stop making it sound harmless, more harmless than it is, in my opinion, and start thinking about how to say.
So again, the people that are running the show, they don't care about us, like that Michael Jackson song. So we have to inform each other. Now, there are scientists that have come out and given the warning that this area probably should be evacuated. So they're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. So we're probably going to see very potentially, unless there's more signs that are, and now we know this stuff can erupt instantaneously. It doesn't give you a calling card. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna push up a little bit over here. I'm gonna push up a little bit over here. I'm gonna spew a little lava over here. That's normally the way we see some of this stuff. But we also know that, like with Vesuvius, which was spewing a little bit of lava and some ash, and then it just blew up and it wiped out a lot of people and it buried cities. There's probably still some cities out there that haven't been unearthed, right? Pompeii was a very, very popular place. So eventually they came back, and probably because they were looking for treasures and so forth, they were digging. Herculaneum got hit by a massive mudslide that buried it in mud, which is much harder to dig out than the ash, right? So if this goes down, which is highly possible, and it affects all of Europe, who's to blame? You can't blame some of these people because they're like, we didn't have the technology. Yes, they have the technology. They know, and they keep it from us. It's up to us to figure it out on our own. Kind of like, those non-existent airplanes that crashed into buildings on 9/11. It took us a while to figure out, CGI and all the other stuff that they use to do that. So these guys have the technology. We're in a race to protect our human race. So this is one of the reasons why I think it's very effective, very, very. Now, a lot of people are going to be like fear-mongering and so forth. Fear-mongering if you want, but there's people out there that are predicting this stuff, like myself, that are giving the warnings. All right, so here's one of them. So this is a Canadian earthquake on X. So I've talked about this guy several times. Whenever he brings up something, because he's been predicting a lot of this stuff. And he predicts there's going to be like a 10, not a 9, not a 8.8. He's looking at a 10.2 that's coming. All right. So he's talking about that 1964 earthquake caused ground movement on the East Coast and Texas, which is smaller, like the earthquake itself, compared to this expected event. So all these areas could get hit in the next one because it's going to be closer. If it happens in Cascadia, it's obviously a lot closer than Alaska, and it's right there on the coast, and that's where all the fault lines are. That will spread, that will domino, and go across all across America. Right. So this guy basically has predicted a lot of stuff that's coming. He's predicted stuff that actually has come, and he's talking about some of this stuff basically activating, like I'm talking about now, all the way across the United States. All right. So let's look at what happens when these energy waves travel and what they can do. So this was, I think this is this Miramar? No, a stunning video shot during Monday's earthquake in the Philippines shows water cascading down the side of the building like urban mega waterfall. All right, so that's one of them. There was one that happened more recently. See if I got that one. Yeah, here's the other one. This one's more spectacular. So that was Philippines just a few days ago, and this is the one that happened. When was this one? March 28. So there was a lot of energy that came into the earth from the sun, and then this earthquake kicked off, right? So now watch the way these energy waves affect the water in a contained area. Now this is a pool, but imagine a bay, right? San Francisco Bay or Lake Tahoe behind me, right? Sloshing the water, taking out dams, overcoming dams, and then downstream from those dams, like the Mount Shasta Dam, taking out those dams, downstream from those are people. And they need to be aware that if there's massive earthquakes and they're downstream, they don't need to wait for emergency services to come knock on the door and tell them to leave. It's not going to happen because they're going to be running for their lives. That's why I want to start to get this information out, so you guys are starting to become aware of the potential of some of these catastrophes that I believe are coming. This is a good one. Now, if you're running down the street next to a high-rise building that has a pool on top and there's an earthquake, probably not a good idea to run down the street like that, right? Because imagine thousands of gallons of water come crashing down on you. You're going to get crushed. You're going to snap. And if you're in a luxury high-rise penthouse or hotel that has a pool and there's an earthquake and it starts to slosh, get out of the pool, right? Otherwise, you're going to go down like that water. All right. So that's, those are things that can happen. So you're like, how high up are you there? And like, I'm way up, right? And I have very quick access where I can go a lot higher, a lot pretty quick, even if I have to do it on foot. All right. So there is going to be some sloshing. You guys, if you've been following me for a while, I used to share that I have these visions, that the water in Lake Tahoe, there's like this tsunami type thing that happens in Lake Tahoe. Now, I didn't understand it at the time. Now, after watching this information, I understand the sloshing effect that comes from earthquakes, right? So I thought that it was going to come all the way from the coast. Tsunami, of course, it comes all the way from the coast. So it's going to be like that's going to be like crazy high tsunami. But no, it's not. It's from the water right there, sloshing. And someone told me that they saw Reno getting taken out by a flood. So that would come from that lake right there. So it could overcome the dam. They're actually working on the dam. How about that? So they're actually working on the dam here. And somebody knows something? So they're working on the dam here. And if that sloshing effect happens, it could take that dam out. It's not going to drain all that water, of course, but if they're sloshing, it'll go down that Tahoe River on a massive scale. Like that water you saw coming up from one pool, imagine that on a 10,000 time level, rushing down the gorge towards Reno. So will the people of Reno, like, well, I'm in a high rise, I'm good. But did you see that one high rise that just collapsed into its footprint? Now that was not from a fire, right? That was from an earthquake, right? Never before in history, except for those 3 Twin Towers and Building 7, have any building ever collapsed from fire. That's why firemen run into buildings, high-rise buildings, because they know it's not going to collapse. But we found out on that day, didn't we? Found out on that day. Deep state. deep state bubbas. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. Or listen to that Michael Jackson song. He'll tell you. So now it's going to get cold. I've talked about it. I said it's already cold here. We're getting lows in the 30s now. And we're going to get a little bump up to like the low 60s, and then it's going to go freezing from that point on at night, right? Now, the weather, because of this activity that's coming from the sun, is going to cause things to go extreme. So we're probably going to get extreme cold this year, which I predicted last year, right? Before we even got into this year. So here we go. This is snow that's coming. Now we're in October 2nd. So let's see what happens as we move forward. See the little blue and purple stuff that's coming up? That's snow, right? Where I'm at in Lake Tahoe is very, very, very faint. We're going to get a little dusting. But in Idaho, Montana, down into Colorado, and all of Canada, we're going to see a lot of snow. And this is less than a month after we're in the fall, less than a month after summer, right? So I said there was not going to be much of a fall this year. So a lot of you are out there, well, it's pretty hot where I'm at. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, you'll find out. It's okay, right? Some areas will have warm temperatures and then it'll go crazy cold. Then it'll maybe warm back up again. But overall, it's going to be, in some areas where I'm at, I think there's going to be pretty significant snowfall and rain, right? I think we're going to get several rivers, atmospheric rivers that are going to hit this area this year, right? And again, that's because of the sun activity, right? So just a couple more slides, and I want you guys to be aware that they will screw things up. Democrats, a lot of them are run by the CIA, right? So if you look at the Virginia race, yes, there's governors going to be voted for in a very short period of time. So new poll shows Winsome Earl Sears, the woman you see here, closing in on Abigail Spanberger. Where's she from? She used to work for the CIA. All right. And of course, she's right there in Virginia. So she's a CIA girl, and she's a Democrat. How about that? And she's going to Virginia, right? So now we get Spanberger. There are two women, right? I would love to see this woman become governor. I don't know. I think she might be the first black woman to be governor. She's a sharp woman. I hope she gets it, right? One of the reasons why I want to bring this up, because you guys in GOP in Virginia, you got to elect turnout. And then you guys that are, because this sometimes makes a difference as well, independents. And then there's some Democrats who are like just done with the Democrat Party. So so some of the polls, which are manipulated, as we know, from Hillary Clinton. Remember Hillary Clinton? Everybody was laughing. Donald Trump winning. All the press, all the polls. No way he could win. And then he won because they're manipulated. Most of them, right? So this one shows a narrow margin arrives amid a series of stumbles for Spanberger, because she said several events last month. She urged crowds to let your rage fuel you. Definitely a CIA woman, right? So Virginia is for lovers. You heard that motto before? Virginia is for lovers, not rage, said Earl Sears. So that's beautiful, right? So that's what I talk about all the time. Love vibration. So she could be, because right now she's Attorney General, what is she? So the governor basically got in because of all the transgender bullshit that was going on in Virginia. And the parental rage just happened. So another thing that we're seeing is Spanberger is like, well, we have to look at case by case. That is not, that's a show, that should be a show ender for most people. Right? So, you know, of course, this lovely woman is saying bullshit, right? So we need more people like this in government, guys, but they're going to fight us. This Spanberger, of course, has like probably 10 times the funding. Endorsements and staff behavior have added to Spanberger's challenges. Chesterfield County School Board member Dot Heffron and Earlybacker face calls for resignation from Governor Glenn Youngkin after she praised the idea of assassinating Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk. Now, this is someone that is on her staff to get her elected. You see how bad this is? And there's polls out there that have her with a huge margin, of course. Hillary Clinton-like poll manipulation, trying to let everybody know you don't need to go vote because we got this. It's like Joe sitting in his basement, right? There are so many people that went to Trump rallies. We all know this. We know that Trump won 2020. That's why many of us went to Washington, D.C. to like, hey, you need to do an investigation on this. You need to give this a 10-day investigation. And, you know, they created the riot to stop that out. And in the middle of the night, early in the morning, they came in and they voted JoJo in, right? So this is very bad. This would be very bad during this kind of midterm. It's not even midterm yet. It would be very bad if we start to see some of these people get into office from the Democrat side. They sneak them in, right? I think Philadelphia has some elections that are going on as well. So Virginia, Philly, I think New Jersey as well. They're going to try and sneak in some of these Democrats, guys. You got to get the word out. We got to stop these criminals. These are dangerous people that are possibly going into office. Any Democrat that's in office right now, to me, is dangerous. Dangerous, right? And they're going to try and slip some more dangerous people in there. All right. So that was a long one. Put a lot of information, hit a lot of different areas that, especially like with the sun activity, going to cause some problems going forward. You need to be heads up on that. You need to do your own critical thinking, and you need to educate yourself on this, depending on where you're at. There's not going to be any place that's going to be safe, because if certain areas go down, that's going to affect transportation. It's going to affect food moving around, fuel moving around, right? So everybody's going to be affected. If this hits the United States, which I believe is coming, when, I don't know. Just like Stephen Burns said, can't say just definitively, because when these energies come in, they could come in at different angles. They can come in certain areas and light up an area that's not even, has nothing to do with us, right? So, but over time, we're due. We're overdue, and the deep state's been talking about this for years, because that's part of their plan, to like ramp these energies up that are already ramped up, and get them focused in the area they want. I don't know, maybe even cook off a nuke underwater and just make this thing happen, right? They're like that. So you got to be really heads up, guys. And thanks to you guys for the donations. Appreciate that. And stay in the love vibration. We're going to need it going forward. And because it keeps your consciousness not compromised, right? Your consciousness can't be compromised if you're in the love vibration, guys. Your vibration is too high, right? That's why they want to get you down in that anger and that fear, because then they can control you, manipulate you like a little slave, right? Just like the Democrat Party does to all this followers, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in love vibration, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. The Democrats are basically not going to capitulate, not for probably some time. And they're definitely not going to capitulate until Friday because they're honoring Yom Kippur, right? So, this Khazarian Mafia, Israeli state that was, put together by the Rothschilds is ridiculous. All right. So it was they were looking for different places in the world to put it. One place was in Africa at one time. I think they may even looked at Ukraine. Ukraine didn't want it. So they chose Palestine because the Palestinians couldn't resist. So they forced it upon them, and we're seeing the result of that. So the Jews were basically scattered through the four corners of the earth. And they weren't supposed to come back to the land of Israel. All right, the Palestinian land that was never promised to them. So that's a big psyop that the deep state basically put together. They wanted to find a place where they could put their Khazarian Mafia to help do the New World Order, and it's not working out so good because people are becoming aware of it. People are pushing back on it on a massive scale. I think at some point it's going to collapse. So, but in the meantime, we see all these different groups that, especially political types that have, a second passport to Israel. No other country in the world does that. No other country. Their political parties are not allowed to have a passport to another because it's a conflict of interest. So that's one of the things that gets cleaned up, going forward. Now, was the Charlie Kirk shooting, was that part of the Khazarian Mafia? I think it was. I think they were planning that. It was hijacked by the good guys, the military white hats in the United States, and they basically created their own little, play on the world stage, and it worked out really good because a lot of people are turning back to the Christian God. Right now, it is working out very good. It's a big spread all around the world. People are moving that direction. I just saw that The View, and I don't know how true this is, but The View was taking off. I don't know if this is like some kind of, disinformation thing. I haven't had time to look at it, but I just caught it just earlier where The View was taking off, and they're going to put on, I guess, the Charlie Kirk show, whatever they're calling it now, and it's going to have Megyn Kelly and Charlie Kirk's wife are going to be heading it up. Wow, crazy stuff. So but I think it's moving in the right direction. We'll see, how that goes in the future. I guess Megyn Kelly and Erica Kirk, they did some kind of show together and had like over 1 billion views. So it is probably something that ABC, if they really did get rid of the views, probably just a joke. I can't imagine that actually happening. But if it did, that's a good move, all right. And we need to start to see more of that stuff in the future. Now we saw President Trump and Pete Hegseth at the Quantico Marine Corps base. The Quantico Marine Corps base is very interesting. I'm going to talk about that as far as like they look at military intel, and they look at the movement of information and so forth across the airwaves. And some of those senior military officers that came into that meeting with Trump may have been monitored to see who has been, dealing with the deep state guys. So we'll see. There's a lot of stuff that's being revealed right now, but I think I think we need to look at silver, right? So silver, investments, because we need those investments. We need, some way for our money to work for us going forward. Let's look at this real quick.
Also, the greatest net gain.
All right, so the greatest net gain. Can you guys actually hear that? I might have to put that up into. Let me know if you can hear that. If you can hear that, I'll go ahead and play it. But silver makes record high quarterly close, the highest close in history. So if that, yes, you can hear it. Okay, thanks, Ben.
In one quarter, silver has ever had on record. So your perspective on this, where are we, as it seems every day we're inching closer to that very famous $50 mark?
Yeah, we don't pay much attention to that 50 level except to look back and chuckle. Copper's above its 2011 high, and its 1980 high. Silver made two highs roughly around 50 in 1980 and 2011. Okay. Gold's above its 2011 high. Heck, I can find you a bunch of base metals that are above their 2011 high, yet silver's a dog and needs to stay in the hole, right? Okay. There's a mistake been made. Markets often make excessive mistakes, both upside excess, bubbles, so forth. And then when they break, people say, why did it happen? Well, it happened because of what?
All right. So basically the markets, everything is up. Gold is up, new records. Copper's up, new records. Everything is up to new records. And we're going to see silver hit a new record. And then once it hits that record, it's going to go to the moon. I predict 75, 85, and there's a lot of other people are saying that. But probably next year, we'll see that basically going to 150. Some people are saying 350. Some people are saying like 1,500. But I would say that if that's going to be hit, we're going to have to see gold go a lot higher, right? And gold will eventually be the one that you're going to want to go into, right? So we'll see a big upswing in silver like we always do, and then we'll see it not turn around, but maybe get a little bit of a pause, maybe a little bit of a pullback when the stock market finally crashes, and then from that point it really takes off. All right, so we saw some really, I would say it's the most epic, lava fountaining that I've ever seen. This is Kilauea volcano. This lava shooting, it looks, Tracy, my wife, looked at it and said, looks like angel wings. So I think it does too. It shot up over 1,300 feet. So I think it's a new record.
Two giant lava fountains burst from the summit of Kilauea Wednesday morning.
So this was early this morning. I was posting it on my X so the people could see it. But there it is. It's quite substantial. It really did a lot of lava flow into the crater. So that crater is starting to fill up. As you guys can see, that fountain lava started to go over the rim. So eventually, maybe the next event, because these things like just blast off and then they rest and they build up energy and then they blast again. So we may see the next one actually start to have this lava start to flow over the rim and then down towards the water at some point, and making the big island bigger. Right, so that's what the lava coming out. That's what basically the Hawaiian Islands are basically a result of this process right here. So the big island is the one that still is active, right? So we're seeing more activity. This is coming after a big sunspot activity, solar flare activity that happened from the sun. It wasn't a direct hit, but it was glancing, and the sunspot activity sent a lot of energy our way. So that's why this was so big. All right. So, and then of course we had the Philippine earthquake, a lot of destruction. So 6.9, the first said it was 7, and then they downgraded it to 6.9. It's going to the earthquakes will continue. That's prophecy, all right? So every so often the earth goes through this process, and human consciousness either rises or goes down. So, and I'd say over many cycles, consciousness has gone down, but now, as we're seeing, consciousness is going up. So this is part of, the energies that come into the earth. They awaken consciousness or suppress or make consciousness go down, right? So it's like a cycle. So we're in the up cycle. So consciousness is going up, and that means the deep state is doing everything they can to stop that process, but it's not working out for them, right? So that's the kind of stuff we're going to be talking about. So Democrats, low consciousness, trying to restrict humanity from the consciousness rising. The Democrats have been are fully on board with this process. It's very obvious. So Democrats see no need to capitulate, nor Republicans to cut a deal. And that's where we're at. The last time Senate Democrats found themselves taking the blame for a government shutdown, they quickly caved. This time is unlikely to happen because they have extreme leftists. So the Democrat Party, which was a great party in its day, I wouldn't say great, but it was somewhat doable, right? Lot of manipulation in the Democrat Party, but of course, Republican Party's got some too. So Democrats in the past, Democrats from red states who decried the shutdown in the past, in 2018, as a foolish miscalculation and pressed for an immediate reversal in the showdown with President Trump 7 years ago, are long gone. So now we're going to have, the ideological makeup of the party has shifted to the left. They want to restrict us. They want to turn us into slaves. They're communist. Communism has never worked, but they're communist. And they have a lot of, influence from the Communist Party in China. So, and China has paid for a lot of these Democrats to be in office, and some Republicans, all right, like in Georgia. So it is a problem, and the Democrats want to give everything away that we have worked hard for, all right? And that's not sitting very well with a lot of people, and that's happening actually all over the world. All over the world, people are getting tired of it, and we're gonna talk about that. So here is my X account. I'm basically going to show you guys a few things that I put on there. This is basically Donald Trump has done a meme, and let's just watch this real quick.
Disgusting video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect.
So bigotry will get you nowhere, and of course, the Trump, trumpets and all this stuff, because they're basically bringing in illegal immigrants, guys, to take over. Because we're getting too big for our pants. We're getting too smart, all right? So they need to replace us with people that will do whatever they're told, right? And don't have an education, and that's what the Democrats want. So for them to be voted in forever, right? And never in history has one party that has a very strong majority, like in California. Never in history has that worked out well. And we're seeing California basically falling apart. So Robbie Starbuck, this is the whole ball game on the government shutdown. Democrat Maxine Waters just admitted they want to fund health care for illegals, which Dems are never supposed to actually admit on camera. So she actually says it. And then she was like outraged that this reporter would ask her that question, because they're used to the demon press basically, carrying on with whatever they put out. And so here are independent reporters coming in and basically exposing them. And she was extremely pissed about that. And she said, people like you doing the press should be like taken away or something like that, should not have the ability to of course. They don't want the truth out there. They want their demon press to basically, keep talking and showing, what they don't want to basically come out. So this is very interesting. Trump said, we are under invasion from within during his speech to a group of general officers, and this was yesterday. Here is a big what if. So this is Joshua Reed. So Joshua Reed does exceptional research, as you guys know. I've been on several shows with him. Last week, on September 23rd, Secret Service, in cooperation with other federal agencies, dismantled a network of electronic devices located throughout New York tri-state area. Of course, some of that was at the UN. And Trump exposed the UN when he went to the UN, as far as like there were hundreds of millions of dollars were being given to non-governmental agencies to bring in illegal aliens into Europe and the United States. So all of the countries that have been given the UN, United Nations, which is supposed to be working for peace, they were working just like we know they have always formed for by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and working together, those two mafia groups, and they formed the UN to push their New World Agenda. And that's what Donald Trump exposed. So they were being used for telecommunications-related threats, disabling cell towers, launching DDoS attacks, facilitating anonymous, encrypted communications between threat actors and criminal enterprises. On September 25th, Secretary of War Hegseth called for all general officers and SES meeting at Quantico, Virginia. It's Marine Corps base, and it's also where the FBI trains its FBI agents. Quantico is a location of the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity, MCIA. This provides strategic and tactical intelligence, including SIGINT worldwide. So Signal, which is SIGINT, Signal Intelligence. So communications, intelligence, looking at just cell towers, what they're communicating, who they're communicating with, right? So what if there was suspicions that certain generals and admirals, he didn't say admirals, but generals and admirals were compromised? I promise you there are. Or that metadata on the Secret Service busted cell phone encrypted communications lines were connected to high-ranking military officers, or maybe classified intelligence was found on them. How would you find the source? You would call all the general officers to an all call at a centralized location. Once inside, you would turn on your data capture systems and collect all the metadata to make a connection to the encrypted server. Remember, Trump said infiltration from within. What if he was saying this literally and directly? Now, Trump also said I believe he's saying some of these people are actors, right? They're actors probably for the deep state. And he said this on many occasions where he's called this out. And I think that's what he was saying to these guys, that he believes that some of these people are, actors, right? So that's probably what we saw. And so that encryption was used to basically find some of these people. So Grok's answer here is spot on. So hypothetically, if this post is on to something, what would be the significance of having this meeting on the day the government shuts down in relation to potential traitors high up in the military ranks? So Grok said, and this is Elon Musk X, AI system. Hypothetically, timing such a meeting near the shutdown could leverage reduced civilian oversight, furloughed non-essential staff might limit interference or leaks, allowing focused intelligence efforts to identify and address potential traitors in military ranks while essential operations continue uninterrupted. Right? So the Marine Corps, when I was at SEAL Team 6, they have a very high-level group which does this SIGINT, and they work with us, and they trained us. They would often, when we traveled, SEAL Team 6 is the Tier 1 anti-terrorist group like Delta, right? So we would have these groups, these SIGINT groups that would travel with us, and they would train us and give us information and help us with a lot of different things. Now, I think that this was one of the reasons why it happened at that base. So I think that Joshua Reed is definitely onto something there. So that's very interesting. You should watch what happens in the days ahead. If we start to see a lot of firings and maybe even some people going to Guantanamo that are at this meeting, right? Which may not be, given out right away. Now imagine you have traitors, some of these generals, which I'm pretty sure we do. I think a lot of them have already been taken off. And these generals and admirals, they are going to bring in staff members that are going to be traitors along with them. All right. So you're going to take down generals and admirals and probably a lot of their staff. That's probably what we're going to see. I think that's going to be something we need to look for in the near future. And this group, I would hope none of these people are guilty, but it's very, very, very high possibility that they are. So we need to clean that up. And once that's cleaned up, then we can start to move full speed ahead on taking down the deep state. Because if you have anybody, and we're probably not going to get them all. There's probably some deep people undercover in the military and lots of different places that are just waiting for their go signal, whatever that might be, encryption in some different way. Maybe there's something happens, a plane crashes into a building or something like that, and then it's go time. You never know what the signal is for some of these people, right? Having been in the CIA, I know these things are very, you can see them if you have the trained eye, but it's very hard. It's very hard to, notice, who's doing what. All right, so that's that post. There's a lot of stuff that's going on. I think we're going to see many things. So a purge of military officers is about to begin on the grand scale, I believe. The conditions are ripe. So watch for mid-October indictments spiking 300% on sealed dockets. DOJ drops on 2,300 Schedule F holdouts, stating with Milley-era leakers, the generals Quantico oaths September 30, tag the traitors, their relief orders hitting Congress by October 5th, eviscerating the chain of command ghosts that shielded black budgets. So all of these black budgets, so you know that Doge has been part of taking down some of these black budgets, right? Funding some of these news organizations that have attacked President Trump, some of these organizations that have attacked truthers like myself and taken us down. Of course, YouTube just granted President Trump with some ungodly amount of $27 million lawsuit was one. So they're going to pay him that much. I don't know. Maybe I got $1 million or $2 million out there that should be coming my way. So I have to look in to see how that's done, because I know a lot of people have been doing that. So maybe that's one of the reasons why they're allowing me to come onto YouTube. It's like, well, let's make it really nice for him. Maybe he won't come after us. I don't know, but we'll see. All right. So Post Quantico, October 7th, sees 100-plus flag officers sideline. Hexes warrior ethos oaths bind the loyal, forging a Trump-steel command for Venezuela incursions and Iran proxy wipes. The public reeling as retirements cascade, unaware it's the coal prepping for martial overlays amid shutdown chaos. So shutdown chaos, as we know, is coming. It's coming for us, guys. And that's why he was prepping. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump were prepping everybody because it was televised worldwide. Anybody can go and watch that. So they were prepping everyone for what's coming, the world. All right, so here's Chuck Schumer back in 1996.
The most effective
Basically saying that, he doesn't believe that illegals should be getting taxpayer-funded benefits because it incentivizes more illegal immigration. Well, by God, they are wanting to give now, many years later, because the Democrat Party has been completely compromised. Now they've completely 180'd, and now they want to give illegals the money. So bait and switch. So they let everybody think that they're good Democrats and everybody should vote for them. And then they're like, ha, 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 they think we're good. And then they come in and bam, they do this bullshit. And they're destroying America at a very fast pace. So here is a statue of Archangel Michael. This is the one I saw in Paris when I was there shortly after I wrote the book, The Intuitive Warrior, which talked about my experience with Archangel Michael and where he sent love into me. And with that love, vibrational energy, I started to do amazing things in combat zones. So I don't know what's going on, but that love energy seems to be notching up for me, because I'll talk about love. You guys have seen me a couple times already here, and I just did I was at an event and I was talking about it, and I just like got all teary and all mushy. I'm a tough guy, and here I am getting mushy. What the heck's going on? So I feel that I'm ramping up, guys. I feel that I'm ramping up to another level. I'm leveling up, and I hope you guys are leveling up. You feel the energy shifting upwards, and I think that the demons that are here on Earth, the demon rats, right, party, they're coming after us. They're trying to stop us. Like I've been saying, I don't think they're going to be very successful. So here is Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our defense against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him. We humbly pray, and do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. So we're in that zone, and President Trump, the first president in history, basically put out a post from his presidential website, Michaelmas Day, which was September 29th, a couple days ago, and that prayer. That's where I got that prayer. From President Trump's post. So that's interesting. He put that out before he talked to all those generals, isn't it? And admirals. Archangel Michael protect us, as because Archangel Michael protected me in combat. And so it's amazing for humanity that we're moving into these higher levels of consciousness, this angelic realm. Lucifer basically warred with the angels, Archangel Michael, Raphael, and all the others, and Lucifer was cast down to earth. So we're having to deal with him, right? But we have help from the archangel realm, and I think we're at the point where we're going to defeat him. So that's very interesting. One of the things that the demon rats don't want us to accomplish, the New World Order, which is basically very, very Luciferian. with their puppets and the Khazarian Mafia in Israel. All right, breaking. Schumer shutdown will last until at least Friday, but I think it's a very good possibility it's going to go much further because they have those radical leftists that are running the Democrat Party now. Chuck Schumer government shutdown, which just began yesterday, will last until Friday at the very least, according to CNN reporter Manu Raju. Why? Because they are leaving town in observance of Yom Kippur, like I talked about earlier. So there you go. Democrats are dead set on keeping the government shut down while they return home for a Jewish holiday. All right, and that's fine. It's not on the books. It's not like Christmas, but of course Christmas, that's kind of a Jewish holiday too, because Yeshua, Jesus, was Jewish, right? So he didn't know anything about Christianity. But we built it after him. Or who built it after him? Did the Romans build it after him? I think so. All right. That was you. 3-time CNN host confronts Chuck Schumer for previously opposing government shutdowns. So CNN host John Berman confronted the Chucky, and I want to corrupt his name too, his last name, and call him something else. But along with most Democrats, Schumer voted to shut the government down since a Republican-led stopgap did not include an extension of enhanced tax credits in the Affordable Care Act. While he defended the party for voting in favor of the shutdown on CNN's News Central, Berman played previous clips of the New York Democrat previously calling government shutdowns self-defeating and politics of idiocy. So what does that make him now? An idiot. Right? So you called it. You called it, Chucky Schumer. All right. So Trump's bank is taking back Chicago, and the Dems can't stop him. So he said it yesterday to the top brass that U.S. cities should be training grounds for military. Training grounds for military. Right. Now, when I was in the military, we used to have lots of training, obviously, and we would have them. We'd have actors come in, and they would play role playing. They would be on cruise ships because, as SEAL Team 6, one of our main things was if terrorists ever took over a cruise ship, we would have to take it down. So we trained for that. And we trained for going into cities. We trained with the FBI and sometimes SWAT teams going into real cities in the dead of night where very few people knew. But I've seen very interesting things where they weren't some of those former training missions that we used to do into cities that were being done and have been revealed by why were they revealed? Because I can tell you when we did them, no one knew. All right. I've walked the beaches of Miami with 30 guys. I'm carrying an M60 machine gun, and we're going in and out, at 3:00 in the morning of the trees. That if you've been to Miami, they have basically a tree line. So we're in and out of that tree line. And then we went to an old hotel that was going to be torn down, but we were going to use it for training. And so we went in, and there were role players in there, and we took a lot of those role players, out because they had guns, simunition, and we had simunition. And simunition is basically little rounds that go out and pop you, and if they hit you, you get hit. And that could have been a real bullet. So, and they leave a little bit of color. So, and so you get a paintball, kind of like paintball, but simunitions or paintball would be nice to be hit by compared to simunitions because simunitions hurt a lot. All right. So, and of course, we're tough guys, so we can take it. So, and that's some of the stuff that we would do. If you look at what's going on right now, with Trump saying that that's going to be training going into Chicago, for me, it kind of was, doing all those training missions. And then when I did go into combat for real, it was like a walk in the park because our training missions were so intense and so hard. And that's pretty much what we're seeing. We're seeing that coming up for Chicago. So what did Chicago do once Trump said that? Well, that afternoon, there was a big demonstration against ICE, right? Of course. So the Democrats are going to resist, guys. They're going to resist. They're going to get their minions. They're going to get the people that they pay, some paid minions, and they're going to come out and they're going to do this kind of stuff, right? Well, they're basically, I think, shooting themselves in the foot. So it wasn't a huge demonstration yet, but it is coming. And at some point, these demonstrations will turn violent. All right, so we've already seen some violence. We're seeing violence right now in Portland, and we'll see the violence continue. Now, there was a lady just recently that won the biggest prize in Wheel of Fortune history. She got the $1 million. All right, so let's. I'm just going to show you a little clip since you guys can't hear it on this computer. I'm just going to show it to you. She basically gets it. I looked at it. I was like, I could figure that one out. That's an easy one. She lucked out, right?
Back with Christina, who's one of. Can you show us? There we go.
All right. So, what would you guess this is? Oh, that's another one. We capture Washington, District of Columbia. Yeah, exactly, Brian. Very good. I knew Memphis would be one. So yeah, Memphis we'll probably see. If we haven't yet, we'll probably see military in Memphis, definitely, and definitely in a lot of other cities. All right, anybody figure it out? Something of, obviously. Something of, and I figured it out before they said it, but I'll tell you guys because I don't see anybody figuring it out yet. So I'm gonna say it, and somebody's gonna like coyotes. Yes, very good, Denise. What else? What's the first word? All right. Pack of. That's right, Spiritual Journey. Pack of coyotes. Majestic wins $1 million. All right. So that's a good thing, right? Majestic, you just won $1 million on Wheel of Fortune. Now that you won $1 million, what do you think the tax is going to be on that? Oh yeah, the tax thing, right? Because when I worked at the casino, they were like, okay, you can take it all, or we can tax it. And if they taxed it, it was like 40%. Right? 40%. Now I looked it up, and for winning big on TV, they can tax you anywhere from, I think, 25 to 30%. Where did I say? Yeah, 24 to 30%, depending on your tax bracket, right? So this taxation bullshit's got to go, guys. All right. I mean, did the thieves in Congress that are basically want to take our money and give it to illegal aliens for their health care? And this woman that was a smarty that worked her way up on Wheel of Fortune, worked hard for that, probably watched it for years and was guessing all, and I'm going to go because I always get it. And then she went on and she crushed it, right? She got lucky, but luck only comes to those that prepare, right? We know that. So she obviously prepared and she won. She did great. And how many of you have worked hard and you've earned really good money and then you have to give it to the government? That's bullshit. Right? That's bullshit. All right. So Trump has said, he said in that meeting with the generals and admirals, he says, one of my favorite words is tariffs. Right? but I can't say that. And he was talking about how they're getting all this incredible money from tariffs, right? And he has said before in the past that the tariffs basically, they used to have tariffs and people didn't pay taxes. What do you think is going to come? Yeah, there's not going to be any taxes soon. All right, so yeah, Matthew, Price is wrong, right? 30% of my blood, sweat, and tears. That's right, Brian. All right, so you worked hard for it, and they just take it. And they give it to illegal aliens, and illegal aliens come in and they're like, you're out, biatch. We're going to take over your home and your job and whatever else you got. Yeah, just leave that stuff. Yeah, leave your wife, leave your girls. Yeah, and your little boy. We'll take care of that. All right, get out. And then the wokesters are like, and they walk away. All right, so taxation is theft, absolutely. Coyote, calm, slang for human smuggler. Right, so yeah, you guys are smart in this audience. So break it down. All right, so inside the Antifa siege on war zone Portland and the resistance to the National Guard cleaning it up. So every night, so this has been going on for like, I think I saw somewhere like for over 100 days and nights already against this ICE facility. And we saw back during, Trump's first tour that Portland was hammered pretty hard. Now, I've talked about this on another show, so I'm not going to go too much in depth about Portland, how I was there back when I was a hardhead diver, and it was beautiful. But they even back then they had like homeless, sleeping on the Capitol ground, or at least this Capitol grounds. Now somebody corrected me because I thought Portland was the capital. It's Salem. So anyway, the state house, whatever they had there in Portland, government building, they had homeless sleeping on it back in 1981. So Portland has been a Democrat, unfortunate hellhole for a very long time. So stupid ideas and ideals of the Democrat Party have been destroying what was once the most beautiful city in America. All right. How many times do I have to say that Democrats got to go bye-bye? Right? A lot. And it's like every night I talk about it. It's like, can we please just wake up? All right. Let's get rid of these demons. All right. Because they're definitely working to keep us dumbed down, screwing up our educational system, and taxing the hell out of us. All right. That Wheel of Fortune, poor lady, she was talking about how she may be telling her boss that she is given a 2-week notice, right? But then when she sees the tax bill, maybe she should rethink that. I don't know. We'll see. So it's not $1 million. It's like maybe 700,000, maybe less. All right. So I don't know. If she invested in silver, she'd do well. All right. Put half that in silver. You'll do well going forward. All right. So there's a lot of people in Portland that are begging for President Trump to come there. Of course, the demon rat governor and the demon rat mayor are saying no, that Portland's fine. Of course, we see rioting. We see from people. So this one beautiful black lady, she says, if you're wealthy and connected, the city is safe for you. If you're poor, black, and disabled, or a domestic violence victim, the city's message to us is clear. So she fits a lot of those categories, unfortunately. But the city, of course, now if she wanted Wheel of Fortune, that would help her out. But the city would I think the city of Portland would probably get like 10 or 15% of that. So it would be like almost half of that. So 30% go to the federal government. Oregon, city of Portland will probably take, 10%. I don't know what's taxation. I think it used to be like no tax in Portland or Oregon at one time. So whatever it is, probably some kind of city tax. They'll probably they would just take 50%. She'd get 50% gone. So she had $500,000 and they're like, okay, where do you want to live? I definitely don't want to live around where all these people riot all night. So she has welcomed President Trump's intervention into the war-ravaged city, counter to what a lot of these Democrat demon rat governors, not just Oregon, but Chicago, Illinois, New York. You have, I mean, look at New York City. Mamdani coming in there. That's going to like destroy New York. Whatever's left of New York City is going to go soon. Yes, Florida will soon have no property tax. So why? Because they're exposing the corruption within the different cities. Now, it depends on the actual county, guys. Because if a county is doing school bonds, and which is basically money laundering scheme, that's where your property taxes go. Yeah, their taxes need to go away, right? The deep state and their bubbas are basically making money off of us, and it's pathetic. I've talked about this for years. So that's another thing that's got to go bye-bye. Taxation, right? Democrats and taxation both need to go bye-bye. All right, she has welcomed President Trump's intervention into the war-ravaged city. Which she says has included making all Antifa supporters domestic terrorists and sending in 200 National Guard troops. They're going to need more. They're going to need a lot more. They're going to need some Marines, in my opinion. So here's this lovely lady, right? And the announcement also sent members of the group scattering and rushing to delete online evidence as federal troops bore down on the city. The president has heard our cry for help. I and many of my neighbors appreciate it, Elvin Grell said. Wow, that's a great name, Elvin Grell. Whew. Beautiful lady. Cloud Elvin Grell. Wow. That's an epic name. All right. Sources screenshotted social media posts by local activists advising her alleged cohorts to delete all references to Antifa on their accounts. So maybe the Marines are already there and they're like already doing a little investigation on these accounts. All right. That's where, we want, monitoring to happen, right, against these criminals. Currently, they occupy one city block and are reported to have set up a safe house on the city's Lowell Street. For anyone in doubt, one person who had been around the Antifa camp by the ICE facility explained, most of them are on a lot of medication. They get very violent. It's crazy how violent it gets, especially at night, as soon as it gets dark. It's like when the vampires come out, right? So look at all this craziness. So look at this crazy. Here's the mayor. That guy looks crazy. He's probably on a lot of medication. Look at those eyes. Woo. Big eyes. All right, look out. All right. So, 4 men arrested for allegedly shining a light into a helicopter cockpit. So, this is very dangerous. So these bubbas are these illegal aliens. Right? So, shining a laser into a cockpit can damage the eyes or blind the pilot, which will then make it crash. So why would they be doing that? Did they not know that was dangerous? Well, I'm pretty sure they did. So here's Unicorn Lady. She's basically going to, help resist that's cute, right? Cute. She's wearing a mask, so you can't identify her. So a lot of these guys are wearing masks. So they want to destroy Portland. All right, make it a drug city. Bad hombres, that's right, man. Andy Ngo, an independent Portland journalist, he's been reporting on this for years, and author of the book Unmasked. So yeah, take off that mask. Unmasked, Inside Antifa's Radical Plan to Destroy Democracy. He was nearly clean. So he's been at this for a long time. And he basically got, the regular media has really hammered him, but he's got a lot. He does really well. He gets a lot of good views. He warns that people frequently underestimate the group. They may not look very physically threatening, especially this protester, the unicorn lady. They may not look very physically threatening. They're slow, fat, obese, or really slim. A lot of them are very young. They can be teenagers, but they are militants. So U.S. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Remer says it's time for the Portland siege to end, as it is upending too many people's lives. Well, good luck with that, because you got the demon rats basically running the show, and they're not going to give it up, guys. So obviously, when you look at the home of the, let me see if I can find it while I'm talking, the home of the governor, it's out of control. It's like some big time mansion, and it's surrounded by a fence, of course. Of course, we can't have fences. Democrats don't want fences, but they want fence. They have fences for themselves, and she's got 24/7 security. Let's see, Dem governor of Oregon house. All right. Oregon, come on. So it's not bringing it up. And she's got an interesting name, Tina Kotek. Kotek. Yeah. So anyway, she has a mansion, a very, very high level mansion. I think it's like $9 or $10 million home, and she's got all Oregon's house. Anyway, I saw it yesterday. I should have saved it, but it's not coming up right now. Let's see, images. Oh, there it is. All right. So this house is like friggin' crazy. Where did she get all the money? Right. So here's the governor, and here's her amazing house. Tina Kotek sells North Portland home. So let's see. Here's more pictures. There's the gate. So there's the home. All right. And there's her honey. All right. And there's her little, there's her honey, there's her honey dog, whatever. So she's playing a role here. Somebody's getting rich, right? She probably won at the lottery many times and didn't have to pay taxes at all. And winning the lottery could be, they whisper in their ear, invest in this. Maybe Nancy Pelosi told her some good investments. Right? So that's how they get their money, guys. They do the will of the deep state, and they basically money launder some way to them. They give them like a really good stock tip, and then they make all this wealth, and they're like, we're going to make this home available to you, and we're going to give you a very good price. Normally it would be like $15 million, but we're going to give it to you for $9 million, right? And you can use that stock tip that we gave you to, all that stuff. So this is the way it's done. That's how Bernie Sanders, who's communist, that's why he's got 2 or 3 homes now, $1 million homes, and he got it from a book he wrote. Why don't, you're a communist, right, Bernie? So why don't you basically distribute that? Because you believe in that, right? So shouldn't the people of Vermont get, a good chunk of that? Yeah. not so much. So that's the way these people play, the way these people roll. They get what they get, and they live high on the hog. But the rest of us, we got to pay, right? We got to pay. We got to work our asses off, work all of our lives, and then when you retire, you get Social Security. Yeah. Ask any senior how Social Security works for them. Not so much, right? They work their whole lives and they get pennies. And as time goes on, it might look like a lot of money, but inflation basically eats away at that, and it's not a good lifestyle. All right, but these people, I think if you're just like 2 years in Congress, I think you get like free health care for the rest of your life. Just the benefits are just like complete BS. All right, crazy benefits. I think they get paid for the rest of their lives. Oh, what? It's insane. I remember looking at that at one time. It was like, and they were talking about that. These people shouldn't have all these benefits. It's crazy. All right, so let's look at a little bit of this. You're probably not going to hear it, but let's just look at it. So basically, this lady with a flag right here, she pokes this journalist in the face with it and causes that. This lady calls the cops. The cops never show up. And this is the problem, like that. Like I was reading the story about that one woman, and I've seen all these interviews. They all say that they call the cops. The cops will show up, maybe, and then they'll just go away and they don't arrest anybody. Nothing ever happens. And these people continue to do what they do. All right. So he talks about how the Antifa have been this building right here. Look at this shithole. It's like shithole. I've seen guys that have walked Portland, and a lot of Portland is boarded up. The Portland that I went to back when I was a young man, not yet 21. When I walked the streets of Portland, it was absolutely magnificent. And so here she is. She's calling the cops, and the cops never come. Right? So she's assaulted, and nothing ever happens. So they talk about all the different places. Here's where National Guard is involved, arresting Antifa.
And by the way, this all happened less than...
But this was like a little over 24 hours ago. So last night, right? This is happening. They're arresting almost every day. A lot of these Antifa. But what really needs to happen is they need to come in with a big group, and they just need to sweep the streets, right? Get the homeless off the streets, just like they did in Washington, D.C. They'll have, like, people are walking, in Washington, D.C., and they haven't done this in decades. Walking the streets of Washington, D.C., and not having to fear. Now, when I was doing the show earlier today around 1, we were talking about some of this, and somebody came in and said that somebody said, I think maybe somebody talked about it, but they said that they live in Chicago and they haven't gone out to eat in years. Chicago pizza, great pizza, right? If you've never eaten Chicago pizza, you got it Chicago style, all right? Thick, yummy. Right. So, these they were said, in the past, several years ago, they would get with friends and they'd all go, they park, they walk the street, and they go to Chicago pizza place. Why? Because they're making money. They're living in like these crazy houses, like that governor there in Salem, Oregon, I guess, because that's where the governor's house is. All right. So anyway, we're going to continue to see this until the Democrats are gone. right? So that's what President Trump is talking about, the enemy within. He's talking about the Democrats, guys. Talking about the Democrats. Is there any doubt? Does anyone not understand this yet? Do we need to spell this out? And I will, but I think most of you guys are pretty savvy about this now. Yeah, 300,000 missing children under the 4 years that Joe Biden was in office, or a person that looked like Joe Biden. I don't know. I don't think it's going to last much longer. We're going to see this thing pretty much, go down. Now, this is not just happening in America. This is happening all over the world. There's violent clashes and arrests as Gen Z, the 20-year-olds, protest in Morocco. So the Muslims are communist. The Democrats are communist. We know we're seeing a popping up of communist Islamist groups, in Michigan and in Texas. In Texas, they voted that there will be no Sharia law in Texas. At least they voted for it for now. All right. Who knows what it's going to be like in the future when we start to get some of these Muslims in office in higher positions, right? Because I guess I forget which place it is. I think it might be Maryland, where there's a Palestinian woman that's running and her basically what she's running on is she's basically had to flee Palestine to America, and now she wants to be in charge of a city, right? I don't think that's very smart, right? But that's what we're seeing. So in a lot of cities around the world, we're seeing basically people are starting to step up and push back. That's the awakening process, all right? And it's going to continue. So I think over 100, maybe 200 or 300 people have been arrested in Morocco now against the Islamic authoritarian government, all right? So wherever there's an Islamic authoritarian government, and I can tell you I've seen them all over the world, and so has ask any military guy that's traveled into Middle Eastern countries. We don't want that. We do not want that anywhere in any city, yet it's starting to creep in and pop up. Can't have it, guys. That will destroy America too. And I'm freedom of religion. Practice your religion however you want, but don't force it on anybody else. And don't come in and take over America with a type of fundamentalist religion which displaces everybody else, and they basically claim that they are here to take over America. All right, so that just can't continue. All right, so President Trump has basically said that no more Muslims come into America. All right, so he's already said it. Yemen is the worst, is what they want for everyone. Nancy, yes, I've been to Yemen, and Yemen, oof. That of all the Middle Eastern countries that I went to, I've been like, I guess a dozen of them, and none of them had swastikas but one. That was Yemen. Literally swastikas. So Hitler basically, I guess there were some groups within Yemen, and Hitler promised them lands and so forth to fight for him. And of course, Hitler didn't stick around. He went to Antarctica and then to Argentina. But we are going to see that type of mentality creep into America. All right. So, the brown shirts of old are here in America now, and they have to be cleaned out. Just like Trump said, the enemy is within, and we will have to fight. And maybe if we're smart about it, we won't have to fight that hard. We just have to. Sun Tzu, it says, never interfere with your enemy if it's destroying itself. So Democrat Party, just get out of the way. Let them continue to destroy themselves. But at some point, it will have to be. It will have to be people that will have to go to prison or something else. Luxurious neckties, right? Luxurious. Luxurious. All right. I don't know what's going on with my volume. So anyway. All right, guys. Lots of love. I will see you guys next time. Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we had a great speech by Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. I would say in my lifetime, and from what I've seen, looking back at other secretaries of war, it was the best speech by a Secretary of War, Secretary of Defense, however you want to term them. I've met several Secretaries of Defense in my time as a Navy SEAL. They were not so impressive. But Pete Hegseth in that speech, very, very impressive. We're going to play a little bit of that, and we're going to also play several clips from President Donald Trump, or as he even said during the speech, he mentioned that it was maybe, no, he didn't say maybe, he said central casting. So I looked at the person giving the speech. I was like, his voice sounds not the same. It doesn't have that oomph, But regardless, that was the speech that probably was prepared maybe by the real president or, the people that are involved in taking down the deep state. So regardless, we had two excellent speeches. Now, I've seen a lot of people that are, former military officers, so forth, that have been detractive of those two speeches. Now, remember, we are seeing the cleanup of the military. I believe that 800 generals and admirals that were there were the cleaned crew, right? So they even mentioned both Hegseth and Trump both mentioned downsizing that has happened. And Hegseth actually mentioned names. I showed names on a show yesterday, two shows yesterday. That one that I did with man, my mind is like, it goes off on a tangent and it doesn't want to, like Sheila Holm. All right, so Sheila Holm, I did a show with Sheila Holm. She basically brought in a lot of great information. And then I did one where I was basically, taking what I'd gotten from Sheila Holm, took it to another level. A lot of information I've been looking at for several years now. Now, Derek Johnson, absolutely to his credit, has been saying 45 dash, and that's what Trump wears on his hat, 47. And Trump actually said, I'm going to show you the clip, where he says, I was actually 45, 46, and 47. He actually says it. He says, but I don't want to take credit for that crew that was in there. That's my words. So it is. It's very insightful. Both of those. We are going to see domestic activity from the military. We're already seeing it, but basically, both Hegseth and President Trump have both said that that's coming. And I'll show you the clips with President Trump. He hammers it home over and over and over and over again. Right? He kept saying foreign and domestic. You took oaths for foreign and domestic, and then he starts talking about domestic problems that we're having and how the military has come in before in the past and has done really great work with that. Other presidents in the past have used the military. So he's basically laying a foundation. He's basically prepping the scene, the stage for the next act. Right? The next act is going to be with the military getting involved on a more substantial basis in Democrat hellholes. Right? The leftist ideology is about ready to be eliminated from the face of United States. Right? I've talked about that over and over again. how the Democrat Party will go away. It is very close to that. Now, I think the government shutdown, which is looming, whether it happens or not, if it does happen, I believe that they want it to happen because the White Hats, they want it to happen, and they could be even telling some people like Schumer or some of the other people in the Democrat Party, who I think that are basically under, direction to carry out certain orders now, and I think that they're being told that they're to resist. All right, they're to resist making another spending bill going forward. It's supposed to, I think it was supposed to go for 7 weeks or something like that. But they're pushing for Obamacare to continue. The Republicans are like holding the line on that, thank God. All right, and it's going to be the end of the show for the Democrats, because they're going to be shown to be the ones that pushed it, which they are, and they're going to be the ones that it's going to be shown that they're the ones that are going to get a lot of jobs cut. So I think they're going to use this, because President Trump has said, we're hours away from me having to go in and basically cut jobs, government jobs. So Trump says no choice but to cut federal workers if government shuts down as midnight deadline looms. All right, so they could come in the next day and come to agreement and say, oh yeah, here we go. It could be theater, they do this over and over again. Now, what we're probably going to see this really, be a problem for the Democrats. All right. And I hope it goes down, because I saw when during Obama's time frame, when it went down, they were able to shut down a lot of fluff. Right. So I think they could actually use this to cut some fluff. Right. Doge on steroids. All right. So this could be what we as Americans need. It could get to the point where, who knows, maybe they use this to shut down the Federal Reserve. And but I will guarantee you that retirees, will still get their pay. That's always happened. That's not going to be an issue. And then specific services will continue, but as time goes on, more and more stuff will get shut down. As funding sources run dry and so forth. So I think it's fantastic, actually. I hope it does get shut down. And I promise you that the good guys are going to use that to their advantage and start taking down a lot of stuff. And since stuff is shut down, maybe they can just come into offices where, stuff has been hidden for a long time and start to find a lot of stuff. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident this is going to be quite a positive if it goes down. If it doesn't go down, oh well. So it's just same old, government, bureaucrat bullshit continues. But if it does shut down, don't worry, it will be good. All right. So let's look at a little piece of Hegseth. I got it to the end. There's lots of good things. I highly recommend you watch the whole thing. Now, if you don't watch it yourself, you're going to listen to some knucklehead out there, and they're going to tear this up, and you're going to fall into the old trap of going down that bad rabbit hole. Don't do it. All right. Be observant. Don't get emotional, and use critical thinking. We're going to do that mantra over and over again. So, and I'm not trying to, belittle anyone. This is a higher rate of consciousness if you're doing that. Being observant, not getting emotional, doesn't mean that you can't be touched by it in a certain way. You might get a little angry, you might get a little teary-eyed, and that's okay. But don't let emotions rule you. All right. If you have a high emotional quotient, just like a high IQ, EQ, then it's not going to affect you. But if you're like a radical liberal or a radical Islamist, which are the same, then you're going to get highly emotional. like we're seeing and, like we've seen in a lot of these riots and so forth, from George Floyd all the way to now with Antifa in Portland, or the craziness that went on in LA when President Trump, backed ICE and the police backed ICE and the National Guard backed ICE and Marines backed ICE. Now we're seeing Marines also now in Portland. And I can tell you, I like it when Marines are involved because they don't play. They are like very mission oriented, and they're given a mission. They will carry it out and they will do it very professionally. But you may see some brutality because that's what they're up against. So you want to go brutal? Oh boy, we'll send the Marines in, and you'll find out. Right? You want to F around, you're going to find out from the Marine Corps. Yes, you will. And that's the way it's going to play out in a lot of cities, a lot of Democrat hellhole cities, guys. All right. Now we have a lot of, cities that are well run. Maybe one or two of them in the whole country, maybe are Democrat. I doubt it, but maybe. Right. And I'm not like trying to blow smoke up, Republican butt, but, we definitely have a party that is completely and totally compromised. Right. And I've been pushing this and trumpeting this for a long time. For, I don't know, 6-7 years, the Democrat Party is going to go away. I'm just incredibly surprised that it's still here. Now, at this point, if I even listen to them ever again, right? So let's listen to the last few minutes of Pete Hegseth's speech. Like I said, there are nuggets within the entire speech, guys.
We are preparing every day. We have to be prepared for war, not for defense. We're training warriors, not defenders. We fight wars to win, not to defend. Defense is something you do all the time. It's inherently reactionary and can lead to overuse, overreach, and mission creep. War is something you do sparingly, on our own terms, and with clear aims. We fight to win.
All right. So this is the offensive mindset that I taught in hand-to-hand. I started the Navy SEALs' first hand-to-hand program. Now, you talk about alpha male knuckleheads. I have my gun. What do I need? Why do I need that hand-to-hand bullshit? You would think that every special forces guy would have incredible hand-to-hand. Everyone thinks that we have or did have incredible hand-to-hand capability. We did not. We didn't have a hand-to-hand course. We had very limited hand-to-hand training in the beginning of our training. And then after that, if you went out on your own and you got some hand-to-hand training, which I did, that's all. So and that was the way it was for all of the services, guys. I had all of the services coming, wanting to train with us in our 30-day intensive hand-to-hand course, 30 days straight, 10 hours a day. It was exceptionally intense, right? Back then, we videoed everyone fighting. We were high tech all the way back then in the 90s, guys, when I had my own video camera, all right? I had it for my kids, but I had it, for the training too. It was great. But it was, and then we would put it on the TV and you get to self-critique. So you learned if you had any defensive posturing and you saw that you were immediately overwhelmed in the fight because it was all offensive fighting. So if you still had defensive actions within you and your thoughts and the way you moved, it showed up and you were taken down almost instantaneously. All right. So offensive mindset, everything you do in life, if you take an offensive mindset, and that's why I love that the military is now going to the Department of War. That offensive mindset, he's talking about that right here. For most people, especially the wokesters and the, people that, have soy diets and so forth, they're going to cry. They're not going to like this at all. We don't need them around anymore. We need alpha males. We need men badly, and we're going to get them.
Unleash overwhelming and punishing violence on the enemy. We also don't fight with stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate. No more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement. Just common sense, maximum lethality, and authority for warfighters. That's all I ever wanted as a platoon leader. And it's all my E6 squad leaders ever wanted, back to that E6 rule. We let our leaders fight their formations, and then we have their back. It's very simple, yet incredibly powerful.
Very simple, yet incredibly powerful. So leaders are letting the men that train the hardest and the best, the ones that through merit rise up through the ranks, which they both stressed, merit-based. And you're going to hear that from President Trump. I have a clip of that. But both of them, Pete Hegseth did the same, merit-based. Merit-based. Can I say that enough? Not enough, because it's going to start to filter over into the rest of society, right? Merit-based. Into our educational systems, into our corporate systems, and so forth. Because the wokeness that has been taken over and destroying our country and the world is going bye-bye.
A few months ago, I was at the White House when President Trump announced his Liberation Day for America's trade policy. It was a landmark day. Well, today is another Liberation Day. The liberation of America's warriors, in name, in deed, and in authorities. You kill people and break things for a living. You are not politically correct and don't necessarily belong always in polite society. We are not an army of one. We are a joint force of millions of selfless Americans. We are warriors. We are purpose-built, not for fair weather, blue skies, or calm seas. We were built to load up in the back of helicopters, 5 tons, or Zodiacs in the dead of night, in fair weather or foul, to go to dangerous places, to find those who would do our nation harm, and deliver justice on behalf of the American people in close and brutal combat if necessary. You are different. We fight not because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us.
So that right there, woo, that's monumental. We fight because we love what's behind us. Great speech.
You see, the Ivy League faculty lounges will never understand us, and that's okay. Because they could never do what you do. The media will mischaracterize us, and that's okay. Because deep down, they know the reason they can do what they do is you. In this profession, you feel comfortable inside the violence so that our citizens can live peacefully. Lethality is our calling card, and victory, our only acceptable end state. In closing, a few weeks ago, at our monthly Pentagon Christian prayer service, I recited a commander's prayer. It's a simple yet meaningful prayer for wisdom for commanders and leaders. I encourage you to look it up if you've never seen it. But the prayer, it ends like this. And most of all, Lord, please keep my soldiers safe. Lead them, guide them, protect them, watch over them. And as you gave all of yourself for me, help me give all of myself for them.
All right. So yeah, that's pretty stunning. I listened to it before and just like really touched me right there. But that is what we need for leadership, and that connection to source, because that connection to source is what helped me become next level warrior, right? Not a steel trap door around my heart, hard man, but open, loving. I love the people behind me. That's why I go forward and do unbelievable damage to the enemy that no one can comprehend. You can't comprehend what we're capable of. It's unbelievable, right? And the wokesters are going to find out. The wokesters in the United States are going to find out. All right, so that's pretty much where we're at. So on the warrior side. All right, so the political realm, President Trump is taking it next level as well. All right, so before we go there, I want to show you, because Derek Johnson brought up a very good point, and that is Supreme Commander, wartime president, speaking to the 800 generals and admirals. Now, to Derek's credit, he always said there were 800 generals and admirals. He said it a long time ago that were, the good guys. All right, so they've pretty much cleaned out, and they talked about that, how they've cleaned out the military. I thought that was still, maybe it's still an operation that's ongoing, but it sounds like they've got it done, guys. So he says in here, 45, 46, 47. So it's a government in exile. That's what Trump was during the 46, right? But he was still active. We know that. Remember, the Biden administration tried to come down and get the codes to the nukes. They tried to raid Trump's Mar-a-Lago and get the nuke codes. Of course, they didn't leave them behind. We probably knew they were coming, so they got out of there. Biden was the puppet government, civil affairs. Trump was the government in exile. Validation of 45-47. It's a continuation. The dash is a continuation. So here we go. Let's listen to what President Trump says here. So this is within his speech.
These planes, all the companies are testing, and this one tested like through the roof. And they said, we'd like to name it the F-47. I said, all right, let me think about it. Then after thinking for about 2 seconds, I said, okay. You know, that means 47, I'm 47. So I'm 45, 46, and 47, if you think about it. I just don't want the credit for 46. I don't want that on my record, but I like having it. They're testing all these planes, all the companies are testing it.
All right. So he likes having that credit because he deserves it, obviously. 45, 46, 47. All right. We had heard that the White House was unoccupied. The lights were out for years. We saw that in video. No one seemed to, they turned the lights out early. No, there was no one there, right? And when there were people there, they were refurbishing it. And we saw children coming out of the White House one night from underground bunkers, right? Underground tunnel systems, guys. So there's a lot of cleanup going on in DC during that time frame of 46. All right, so 4 years, that 4 years was you saw just how bad it could be, but the military was still in charge and still involved, right? We saw a lot of, very horrific activity, directed energy weapon use on American cities, hurricanes hammering American cities. But since Trump has been back, it's amazing how those storms just kind of like turn right at the last minute and just head out to sea, isn't it? So somebody has control, evidently, of another weapon system that's overriding the weapon system that is sending those storms at us. So who knows what else is being overridden? The earthquakes that I believe are very high possibility. Now, I predicted all of the storms, and most of those storms have basically gone to sea, right? So that's fantastic. Now, going forward, we're still not out of the hurricane season yet, but I think that we're kind of like, I think we're out of it. I don't think it's going to happen now. I think they've basically hijacked, or they've learned how to stop the weather manipulation. Now, of course, they could still have something up their sleeve. They could sneak something in. Who knows? You guys might remember several months ago, I was talking about the ships that they had at sea, the former oil tankers. And they were like sending out like this fog and stuff that was causing the hurricanes to form up and so forth. And I pointed it out. Other people pointed it out, but I went hardcore on it. And I said, why aren't they taking those down? Looks like they did. Right. So was it because I pointed it out, or was I noticing it? Who knows? Now, we've all talked about how our consciousness has an effect on our environment. So I believe that through our prayers and through our actions and through our sharing of this information, that is starting to have an effect, right? Starting to have a ripple effect. If I and a bunch of guys like me are come into a place and we're ready to throw down, right? Things are going to change in a room, right? Everybody's going to notice. Here's a bunch of bad hombres. Or we could come in with our wives and our girlfriends or whatever, and we're having a good time and everything's cool. But still everyone knows there's an undercurrent that this isn't a place to screw around, right? And that's the way it was a lot of times for places that we would go. All right, so when you come in with your consciousness, with your mental state, you cause a ripple effect, right? Always. It's always going to happen. So I believe that what we're doing right now with our consciousness is that shift that many of us have talked about for a long time, and people were like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think the consciousness shift is happened. We're here. Does that mean that all of the deep state activity is now done because more of us are awakened? No, there's still work to be done until it gets to the point where none of these animals are able to do any of their horrific activities, which could take a long time. Could take another 10 years or whatever. But for the most part, we're going to see it really kick off here, I believe, in the short term. I believe things are really going to get crazy, especially Red October, right? So Red October will be a fiery month, and there's going to be a lot going on. It kicks off. I think into November, the craziness is going to happen. I've said long ago that even during Christmas of this year, that, some of us can be, during Christmas time, it doesn't matter if the world is turning upside down. We're still going to, celebrate and have a good time. That's the way I've been. I've spent many Christmases in combat zones, right? Many. Probably most, over half my life has been in combat zones during Christmas and holidays and children's birthdays and all kind of crazy stuff. So I'm used to having being of a certain state of mind in those environments. I will still be in that state of mind, but I feel that it's going to be very difficult, for the next several months. Or for the next several months, it'll be pretty traumatic, right? So you have to be aware of that. What is going to cause that trauma? Most of it's going to be taking down the deep state and the deep state activity and their dying stage, right? The snake's head cut off, but still that thing can bite us. We've talked about this for a while. So let's look at some of the things that President Trump said. And let me see, where is that? So I'm going to pull up that again. I don't know why that just keeps going out. I like pull it up, I put it out, and then it disappears. That's the strangest thing. I've done it like 4 or 5 times. Very, very interesting. But yeah, I'll pull it up real quick. So President Trump is blowing away the deep state, right? The deep state is going to lose massively against Trump. So if you haven't seen, it's like a little over an hour Trump war, we'll just call it war speech. It should come up for that. All right. So let me go into my YouTube. Hopefully I'll just pull up my YouTube because I had it ready on my YouTube channel. That'll make it a lot easier, because if I just pull up another one, I have these time places that it's loaded at. So, all right. So yes, President Trump's, like even my YouTube. That's probably why, because I have an old YouTube channel that I had after all 17 of my other YouTube channels got shut down, and for some reason that channel is up right now. So it just got hijacked and went over to that. We'll see what's going on. All right. So some of the things that Trump talked about while I try and figure this out, what's going on with my YouTube channel, as far as like pulling it up. So obviously it's pulled up here. I'm on it. So there we go. All right. Go to my history. So that last video, if you haven't seen my last two videos, they've got like tons of views. Super viral. In the last one I did, it's like almost 100,000 views. And the Sheila home is doing exceptionally well. It's probably like almost 50,000 views. So both videos are probably going to do really well going forward. All right, I think I got it now.
It'll also help.
All right, there we go. All right, so let me put it to where I want it. Which it's a totally different video, so it's going to be hard to get this.
Here we are. Here we are. Come to the White House anytime you'd like. No, they've given up. Bad, a lot of bad. Includes our great police officers.
All right, so he's basically going to go into how we're domestically, there's domestic problems, right? And I'm going to skip around so you guys are going to see several different clips, so you get a feel for exactly what he's talking about as far as like we're moving into domestic operations here in the United States. We brought all the troops home for domestic activity. And one of the reasons why I'd love for you guys to see the show that I did with Sheila, because we went paragraph by paragraph by that 1 January 2024 note that went out, and it basically lists all of the problems. Military leaders broke the law. In that, I'll show that in a little bit, but this basically is leading to this calling in the generals. This has never been done before. And it has, of course, they're not going to show everything to the public, because Trump has told you early on in his last administration, before he even came into office, he even said that we're not going to like tell you what we're going to do militarily. Because it's like everybody else was saying, well, this is what we're going to do. Like they're telling all their deep state bubbas in different areas that we're going to come in with our military like this so you can slaughter the hell out of them. All right. So that's not happening. And the military, I tell you, the military is very happy about that. All right. So if we're going to come in, we're going to come in with surprise. We'll come in with violence of action, and we're going to handle the situation very quickly without, with less loss of life, if not complete, nobody getting killed. I've been every mission that I've ever been on, no one's ever been killed. No one's ever been seriously hurt. And even when I was out of the military, I was working for the State Department for a period of time, protecting Ambassador Bremer in Iraq. And then when I worked for the CIA, no one ever got hurt during the time, every place that I was. And you can probably guess that everybody wanted me to come to their place because things turned around. They're ready to shut down some of these locations. There was nothing happening. They couldn't get any information, and I would show up and just like it would be like they'd like build up the station, and there'd be like it'd go from like 2 or 3 of us to like a dozen or dozens of us at the station. after I've been coming there for a couple trips. So it does make a difference when you have war fighters and war fighters that are on a different level. So again, like I said, I was a war fighter on a different level. And it was because I went through extreme training and extreme, difficulty in life. All right. So it activated me in a lot of different ways. So the special forces in the military, that's the 1% of the military. Then I went to SEAL Team 6, Delta, those guys, that's the 1% of the 1%ers. And then I reached the level where I was doing the remote viewing, remote influencing, the intuition and so forth. So like a 1% of the 1% of the 1% guys. So and that's God chosen. I can tell you, that's God chosen stuff. It's pretty impressive. But I think that President Trump, God chosen, of course, there's other people that play President Trump. You can look at this knowing that, yes, this is someone that's playing President Trump. Maybe he didn't want to come out in front of, maybe there's still some military people out there, right, that are still compromised. So they want to put him in jeopardy. I highly believe that's probably one of the major things why he didn't show up there in person, right? So they sent in someone to basically do the speech. He's doing the speech. He doesn't go off on tangents like, the real President Trump does quite often and tells stories and so forth. And then comes back to the teleprompter. He's pretty much on the teleprompter the whole time. And his voice is not as vigorous. It's not as charismatic as President Trump. So I think that's what a lot of people are kind of the people that are uninformed, that are like the 99%, never reach the 1%, right? Okay. Or of the 1% of the 1%. So you got the 90% guys, former military guys out there talking it, and they aren't talking pretty about it, right? Don't listen to those guys. They're not that informed, all right? So this guy, whoever he is, he's delivering good stuff.
Firemen and all of these people that are doing so well. Together over the next few years, we're going to make our military stronger, tougher, faster, fiercer, and more powerful than it has ever been before. I rebuilt our nuclear, as you probably know, but we'll upgrade that also and just hope we never have to use it. We have to hope we never have to use it because the power of that is so incredible. I see things I don't think they'd show it to you. I really wouldn't want them to show it to you. But when you see the result of what's left, you never want to use that. Never, never, ever. We were a little bit threatened by Russia recently, and I sent a submarine, nuclear submarine. Number one, you can't detect it. There's no way. We're 25 years ahead of Russia and China in submarines. Russia's actually second.
All right, so the submarines are the most intense fighting thing that's out there, right? If you got good submarines, which you're hearing him say, we're 25 years ahead of them. That's insane. 5, 10, 20, whatever, however many years we're ahead of them. We are ahead of them, right? And when our subs hear the Russian subs out there, they go right to them. They have no idea where our subs are most of the time, right? So he's basically showing you or telling you that we're super advanced and we're going to stay advanced. And there's no one that comes close to us right now.
But it's something we don't ever want to even have to think about. But when somebody mentions it, that submarine started immediately thereafter. And it's just lurking, but I'm sure we're not going to have to use it. But it's an amazing, it's undetectable, totally. Theirs are totally detectable. We can detect them easily. We go right to the spot. But we have genius apparatus that doesn't allow detection. It doesn't allow detection at all by anybody above water or below water. It's incredible. We're way ahead of everybody in that and other things. As a result of the exciting renewal of the spirit of our armed forces, and that's what it is. It's really reaching that spirit, unprecedented heights. Over the past 8 months, new and on the word merit.
So he talked about how the basically the enlistment is through the roof. Now, you remember back in Biden's catastrophic administration, the worst president in the history of the United States, and I'm not just making that up. Absolutely, it is. He basically, no one wanted to be in the military, and for damn good reasons. They had wokeism everywhere. There was no merit-based advancement, no merit-based anything. Everyone was abandoning the military as soon as they could. No one wanted to go in the military. And then he went on to say that the Army, the Marines, Navy, Air Force, but especially the Army and the Marines, have more people that have signed up, enlisted than in history. So they met their quota earlier than at any time in the history of the volunteer force. So that's a good sign. And they've raised the standards. Remember, they had to lower the standards because they just couldn't. They said and they blamed it on American, young people because they just weren't in shape. Bullshit. That no one wanted to show up. But now people are showing up and they're raising standards everywhere. So it doesn't matter. Both Hegseth and Trump both said it doesn't matter your gender. If you have the merit, you can do the job, then you'll be selected. But for the most part, some positions, some people will never be selected. And they say, men and women, because that's the truth of it. I've served with great women in the past, but I'm very skeptical there could ever be a Navy SEAL woman, although we can joke about it and have fun with it, maybe someday, but we'll see. I would say you'd have to lower the standard somewhere because you have to be a hook of a guy to go through, and you have to have lots of stuff going on that women just don't have. And now the same thing with men and women's sports. I think that's ridiculous. It's bullshit. Men are in women's sports. Men need to stand up and turn that complete travesty around, right? So that's where men need to get involved. We need the alpha males to get involved in that and really start to make that happen. We have the backing for that with President Trump now. So that's a good sign.
Merit. So those two words are right up there. So this is, I would say, the opposite if you ask for a definition, the opposite of political.
So he said merit and tariffs. I cut it just to that point, but he's focused on merit. But he loves tariffs, he says. Tariffs have given us incredible amounts of money. Now, he's also said we're making so much money, and this used to be the way it was in the past, that we'll do away with income tax, right? We're going to do away with income tax. We're going to do away with property tax. Your property tax is basically Americans being stolen from, right? All those bond programs that property taxes pay for are all money laundering schemes for the deep state guys.
Correctness. We went through political correct where you had to have people that were totally unfit to be doing what you're doing for many reasons. I won't get into them, but for many reasons they were unfit.
I mean, you can tell that in his voice. It's not Trump. So don't get all like silly about, it's not Trump. It doesn't mean anything. No, it's absolutely means something because Trump can always be in these positions where there's potential threat, right?
Now it's all based on merit. That was such an unbelievable decision. I didn't expect we were going to win that one. We went in, we said we need it. We went in for colleges, where kids with a C average are getting into the best colleges, and the kids with A averages won't get in, and kids with the highest boards and the highest.
So he's basically showing that merit-based society, which we're moving into now, which it used to be that way always, is back. It's not just for the military, it's also for the educational system, and it's going to be for everything. So this is very, very exciting right there. Now, let me move it up to this other spot. There's several great spots here.
Defending the homeland is the military's first and most important priority. That's
defending the homeland. So he's going to go into it. He's already said it a few times in here, and then he goes into a little bit of detail here. Because when he was talking about the firemen, he was talking about how firemen are going up ladders and getting shot at. Now, I would do a shout out to all firemen in all fire departments right now. You need to get somebody, ideally several people, that are skilled in weapons. And I'm sure there's plenty of them. There already are. But you need to get it passed that you're not wearing it on your person. You don't want to run into a fire with all your equipment, because you don't want to get those rounds hot, have them going off on your hip, right? So, but on the fire truck itself should be weapon systems in secure locations, and you should have several firemen, women, whatever, that are very well trained in how to use those weapons. And so if you come under fire, which you will, you've already come under fire. Now, I've seen in a lot of places where the firemen won't go into a fire if they don't have police support, right? And that's still probably the way it's going to be if it's a really hot area. But not all the time are you going to know that it's a hot area. So sometimes you're not going to be able to wait for the. So you need to have people in the fire department, and every time you roll out, there should be someone trained or more, several people, I believe, that are trained in the use of firearms. There should be a firearm in the fire truck, right? And you really need to take that on board, right? And I think that should be an easy pass in city councils and so forth, because don't wait for the shit to hit the fan the way it's going to hit the fan, guys. It's already being demonstrated that it's happening. And President Trump talked about it. And the reason I think that he talked about it is because that's another reason why we need the military into these environments.
What it is. Only in recent decades did politicians somehow come to believe that our job is to police the far reaches of Kenya and Somalia, while America is under invasion from within. We're under invasion from within.
What can be more clearer than that? We're under invasion from within. Sworn to protect foreign Americans from foreign and domestic enemies. The enemy is within. We've been saying this for a long time now. And now it's going to come into play.
No different than a foreign enemy, but more difficult in many ways because they don't wear uniforms. At least when they're wearing a uniform, you can take them out. These people don't have uniforms. But we are under invasion from within. We're stopping it very quickly. After spending trillions of dollars defending the borders of foreign countries, with your help, we're defending the borders of our country from now on. With my crew, I haven't done that. In theory, I wouldn't do it. And I felt totally safe. And nobody's been attacked. Nobody's been hurt. Washington.
So he's talking about Washington, D.C. What happened in Washington, D.C.? It's been deteriorating for decades. And they brought in the military, and within a couple of weeks, basically everything was locked down, guys. National Guard came in. Of course, the Democrats cried and threw temper tantrums all over the country. The press went wild, and bottom line is the people of D.C. are very happy after a month. So after 2 weeks, pretty much everything was quieted down. Now they're cleaning the streets up. It's incredible. Now, it's not going to happen that quick in a lot of other cities. D.C. is a small place. You look at Chicago, you look at L.A. L.A. is still raging right now, guys, even though the military's been in there for a while. There's a lot of people for them to get out of there. But that work started already, and it's been ongoing for months now. In Chicago's going to be destroyed. Chicago's going to be destroyed. It's already being destroyed, but it's going to go next level. Some places, maybe not, but for a great extent, Chicago is going to be destroyed.
D.C. went from our most unsafe city to just about our safest city in a period of a month. We had it under control in 12 days. but give us another 15, 16 days. It's perfect. And people other than politicians that look bad, they think, the Democrats run most of the cities that are in bad shape. We have many cities in great shape too, by the way. I want you to know that. But it seems that the ones that are run by the radical left Democrats, what they've done to San Francisco, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, they're very unsafe places. And we're going to...
So he's telling you the cities that are going to go down. Those cities are going to be destroyed. If you're in those cities, you need to get out. Right? So stay at your own peril. You've been warned. All right. So popping it up a little bit here.
This member who has helped us carry out this critical mission. It's really a very important mission. And I told Pete, we should use some of these dangerous cities as training grounds for our military, national guard.
All right. So here's where the wokester military are going to come in and hammer that. I've already seen it. Right. When I heard that, I'm like, oh, the wokesters are going to go high order on that. They're going to use that right there out of context and blow that up into massive bullshit flag. Right. So he's kind of joking around, but he's saying, I mean, the training that I went through in the military, guys, when I did go into combat zones, I was like, is this it? All right. So some of these guys are going to get some good training because they're going to be in real combat zones. And we'll see how good their training is. We'll see how well they survive. Some of them won't.
But military, because we're going into Chicago very soon. That's a big city with an incompetent governor, stupid. They threw him out of his family business. He was so stupid. I know the family. He becomes governor. He's got money.
So here you have governors and mayors of the Democrat Party, which is basically completely compromised. You have to just understand they're completely compromised. They work for the deep state completely. Yes, there are Republicans, rhinos that do the same. There's probably a very small percentage. I've said this over and over again for several years of political party people that are good. Now, can some of them turn around? Have some of them been corrupted? Yes. Can some of them turn around? Yes. Some of them have done crimes to the point where even if they turn around, they're still going to have to pay for those crimes. Right? But in the meantime, if we do have some that turn, so we can say, yeah, the Democrat Party as a whole is going away, but some that are in that party still, and some that have been placed, I think a lot of them at this point have been placed to play certain roles. Not a lot of them, but certain ones have been placed to play certain roles, right? So we're going to see some of those roles start to come into fruition. They were put there a while ago, and just like, the deep state knuckleheads, they insert somebody and they say, wait till you get the go. It could be years. It could be decades before they get their go signal. All right. So we're going to get people activated on both sides here pretty soon. All right. So it's going to be very interesting going forward because the Democrat hellhole cities are going to be like Gavin Newsom, who's Hochul in New York, and a lot of these other, like Houston, probably Dallas. A lot of these cities are going to go through some hell. But in Texas, you have a lot of gun toters, and you have people with boots, shit kickers, that are going to come in and put that boot where it belongs, put that boot where it's going to like hurt a lot, right? And make people run away crying, right? So that's a good thing. Bullets to make people go away is never a good thing. But in some cases, we're going to see that. We're going to see that on probably a pretty significant scale because the Democrats keep their narrative of Nazis and so forth. So then those people that have been MK Ultra'd and some, unfortunately, some of these military types that have been, brainwashed as well, Manchurian candidate types, which I think we just saw one in Utah or not Utah, in Michigan in that church. We're going to see more of that. All right. So the left will say, look at all these right wingers, but it's basically these poor military guys that were very susceptible. They look through all of us. They try and find us. I was definitely not one, and they compromise them. Right. I've seen some people over the years in lots of different capacities that I was like, that mofo is brainwashed. That's a Manchurian candidate waiting to happen right there. All right. So you start to see that stuff, and some of us call it out. Some of us have called it out. Like that one Muslim major, and I think it was Fort Irwin in Texas, one of those bases in Texas, and they're getting ready to execute him. So we're going to see more executions coming up because President Trump is going to sign an order legalizing executions for extreme case military types again. So all those people like Comey and whoever plays Hillary Clinton or whatever, you're going to see treason charges come down. You're going to see them go through a military tribunal, and you're going to probably see a lot of them, get the full measure, right? All the way. So that's what's coming for a lot of this. That's why this military is being activated. As you're seeing, this is wide open. I hope this is becoming very clear for you. This is very important, right? You're going to have a lot of detractors. Some of them well-meaning, just don't have a clue. They're going to talk trash. Of course, you'll have some of them will be deep state puppets, and some of them will be, basically, we're targeting you. We're activating you to go target this narrative, and do your press stuff and get everything going, and your Jimmy Kimmel talk shows and all your stuff, and get it out there. Get it out there. We need to stop this. So that's what we're seeing, guys.
Not money that he made, but he ran for governor, he won, and now he criticizes us all the time. And last week they had 11 people murdered, 44 people shot. The week before that they had 5 people murdered, 28 people shot.
Yet they come in and all these places say we're good. Chicago, we're good. New York, we're good. Portland, we're good. We don't need you. That's completely obviously false, right? And that's being pointed out. I guess it's pointed out as much as they can to people, but it's an ongoing process. It takes time.
That says you got to do what you have to do. I put that out the other day. You got to do what you got to do because we don't want our people hurt as they stand by. I was watching during Biden, there were troops standing up like this, brave, standing up at attention, the way I should stand all the time. And I'm like this, and people are standing, and their mouth is this far away from their mouth, and they're spitting at them, and they're screaming at them. And that soldier standing there, he wants to knock the hell out of the person, but he's not allowed to do anything. So they just stand there and they get abused. And a woman was this far away from his face, and she starts spitting in his face, and he's not allowed to do anything. If it's okay with you, generals and admirals, I've taken that off. I say, they spit, we hit. Is that okay? I think so. They spit,
we hit. So that's basically assault. And at some point, you can even call it battery. Now, assault is an intentional act that puts another person in reasonable apprehension of imminent, harmful, or offensive contact, or a violent attack itself. Common law, historically, assault involves an act that causes a reasonable fear of an immediate, harmful, or offensive contact. So someone that, is raising a brick to throw it, and they're looking at you, and they're starting to, wind up, and that's an assault, right? So you can move in and go after someone like that. Someone that's swinging a bat at you, someone that is about to, crack a bottle over your head. These are all things that we've seen that unfortunately police have had to put up with. So it's moving into the level where President Trump and Pete Hegseth is going to have the back of the people that are going to, basically stop a lot of this violence that's happening out there. So I'm going to show you guys some videos of that. Now, the battery is knowingly or recklessly causing bodily harm to another person, or knowingly causing physical contact with another person when done in a rude, insulting, or angry manner. Spitting on someone is basically battery. Extreme force, physical force, if we saw fit. Of course, we're top of the totem pole as far as training and backgrounds and so forth. So that was good. We were able to, have that, know that backing. Knowing that backing, gave us a lot of leeway. Of course, we're not putting ourselves in a position to, but if we needed to, we could. So Trump and Hegseth are giving that, whatever force is necessary, right? So there are rules of engagement. So if someone is like pushing you, that's not, you don't pull out your gun and shoot them, right? You would use force, you would basically pretty much take them down. So they've made contact with you. No one would get to that point. They would start to move, they would start to get close to moving on me. They would make the action of moving on me, and then it would be like lights out, right? So now I've taken a lot of people down, over the years, and I've cuffed them, flex cuffs, handcuffs, whatever. I've, trained in martial arts, grappling, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, you name the martial art, I'm pretty much trained in it, right? I can projectile, a knife fight, I can improvise weapons, I can do open hand, I can poke you in the eye, crush your throat, snap your neck, you name it, I can do all that. But have I had to do that? No, because I know how to I see violence in someone and I take them down. That's high level of training. Now, most people, unfortunately, don't have that. They see a little bit of aggression and then they take it to the next level. They become even more aggressive. And then that person is basically has to go to the next level. I try and take it down a notch. But that's not, it doesn't always work that way, right? So I have lots of tools in my toolbox where I can control someone, or I can hurt them very badly, or I could take them, out of this world. So why would I take somebody out of this world? Why would you take somebody out of the world? Because your life is in direct threat and you have to react. So if I'm in a position where, I see someone in the process of, in the movement of pulling a gun, mine's going to come out and boop, 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 boop. And it's over that quick. If someone is coming at me, now I did this with some people. I've tried this with so many people. So a lot of police think that if someone is far away from you, you're safe. So I would say, how far away do you feel safe? And they were like, I would go 2 arms length away. And then I'd say, you feel you're safe? And then I would come up on them and snap their neck before they could move, right? Or draw their weapon. And then I would say, okay, pull your gun. I'm going 21 feet away. Pull your gun when you see me coming at you with my knife, right? So at 21 feet, I'd pull my knife out and start running at them. Before they get their gun out, I'd be on them and kill them. 21 feet, guys. So this is not a game for, people like just let's go out there and see how we can get involved here. Don't mess around with this stuff. That's why we want the military to come in and do this job. They're trained for this and they have the background to do this. All right. So let me see. There's a couple more that I want to show you with President Trump. I think I've done 27, 2030. Let's do this one. And this was about 3 minutes. So we'll watch this for about 3 minutes and I'll talk about this one.
There'll be no fishing today, but it's amazing what strength will do, because All we want to do is stop drugs from flowing into our country. Everybody knows friends, many friends probably, that you lost a child, or adults too, but you lost a son or daughter because of what's coming into our border. And we're making it very hard. Oh, and we haven't even started yet. Last month, I signed an executive order to provide training for a quick reaction force that can help quell civil disturbances. So this is going to be a big thing.
All right. So quick reaction forces, military quick reaction forces are going to start to be activated. They're going to be in standby. We're already seeing activated in Portland, right? So more of these are going to start to be activated within the big cities. He's already told you he's going to Chicago, and there'll be other, San Francisco, New York, many other bad cities. It's funny, whenever I do one of these shows, people are like, come to Indianapolis, come to, where all these different cities. There's a lot of work to do out there, isn't there?
For the people in this room, because it's the enemy from within, and we have to handle it before it gets.
So again, he keeps reiterating the enemy within, the domestic terrorists, the enemy within. You're going to continue to hear this, and as they start to put more troops into Democrat hellhole cities.
Out of control. It won't get out of control. Once you get involved at all, they all joke. They say, oh, this is not good. You saw it in Washington. We had gangs of Tren de Aragua with 10, 12, 15 kids. And these military guys walk up to them, and they treat them with disrespect, and they just got pounded. They just got pounded. The gang just pounded, then thrown into paddy wagons and taken back to their country. Some are so dangerous, we don't want to even do that because we don't want to, some of them, stone cold murders. We don't have the confidence, even though they're not coming back very easily. We don't have the confidence. We put them in jails. But these service members are following in a great and storied military tradition, from protecting frontier communities to chasing outlaws and bandits in the Wild West. And our history is filled with military heroes who.
So here he's telling you that this has happened in the past. This is not new. He's not doing something out of context. So he's educating here.
On all enemies, foreign and domestic. You know that phrase very well. That's what the oath says, foreign and domestic. Well, we also have domestic. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Grover Cleveland, George Bush, and others all used the armed forces to keep domestic order and peace. Many of our leaders used the military to keep peace. Now they like to say, oh, you're not allowed to use the military. And you know what the people say? The people in those cities where they're being raped and shot and beat up, you know what they say? We love the military. You ever see where they interview the people on the street? I've never seen somebody say they don't, unless they're radical and paid off, because a lot of these insurrectionists are paid by, whether it's Soros or other people, but they're paid by the radical left. So today I want to thank every service member from general to private who has bravely helped us secure the nation's capital and make America safe for the American people. It's amazing. The whole world is watching. Everybody in the White House, they come up to me, young women, sir, thank you. I know immediately what they're thinking. They don't have to say it. They walk to work now to the White House. We haven't had a crime in Washington in so long.
All right. So he's telling you the world is watching. So the world is going to learn. We've talked about this for years, guys. The world is going to see how we handle this, and we are going to handle it. It's pretty impressive what's going on. So I think a lot of you guys are seeing this. Now let's look at some of the other things that are going on out there. Now we've seen the Democrats come in and basically destroy the military. I can tell you, I was in the Clinton. I was fortunate to have Reagan. He turned everything around. Brought back pride. Brought back military was funded again. We started getting good gear. We didn't have to buy it ourselves. It was crazy. And then Clinton came in. And every time a Democrat comes in, they cut our pay. It was like, okay, here we go. We're not going to get it. We're not going to get the good gear. They're going to cut our pay, and they're going to work the hell out of us. They're going to use us like no one else does. Right. And that's what Clinton did. That's what Obama did. And that's what O'Biden did. All right. Biden. All right. So it's a shit show when the Democrats come in, guys, from the military. It really sucks. It's great to have President Trump in. He said that he's going to give them a pay raise, 3.8% pay raise. So well-deserved, and hopefully he'll be able to continue that pay raise, because I promise you they've been doing without for a while, right? So that's one of the tough things when you're military. You don't get really good pay unless you're in the special programs like I was, but still, it's not enough. It's not enough, right? So every military family, if you have a family, if you're just a single guy like I was for most of my career, it's not so bad. But with a family, it's a struggle. It's a struggle, right? So all those guys and gals out there that have families, you really, those are the ones you really need to tell them, how much you appreciate them. All right, so let's look at some of the things that are going on in some of these cities like Portland, and how the Marines are coming in and hammering down. This should have happened in Portland so long ago, and now it's starting.
Assaulting the Portland ICE facility, and here come the troops. Oh, they got that guy. Oh, they're taking him in. Oh, that wasn't part of your plans now, was it, guys? Oh, you didn't think you were going to get arrested. Oh, he's fighting. He does not want to go inside the facility. Well, at first he did, but he wanted to go in with all of his friends, and now he's getting to go in by himself. More than one person needed to get carried into the facility. Why don't they have the energy to walk inside the facility? They have the energy to attack federal troops. That doesn't make any sense. Look at all the rioters, though. It's like a nonstop mob here. And look at this. It never takes a break. Night and day, you've got the radicals out here. Look at them. They will not move. They are altercating with these federal agents. Look at them. Look at them getting right in their faces. This is terrible. Well, that guy's not getting anybody's face for at least the next 30 minutes, that's for sure. Look at how awful this is. They're putting themselves in the way of federal agents to just try and get a rise out of them.
Okay, so one of the things that's happened here is Antifa has made the call out for all the Antifa members to come to Portland to fight. Right. So Portland is going to be destroyed. It's already been destroyed. I remember when I first came to the Navy, I was a hardhead diver, and I was on a sub-rescue ship, and the sub-rescue ship went up the river to Portland, and we had a great time there. Such a great time. We went back and spent a month there before I went through SEAL training. Beautiful city. Voted, I think, like once or twice the most beautiful city in America. Portland Rose Festival, the roses and the hills and beautiful homes. There was a guy that was going through, the Naval Academy. So the midshipmen basically, their last year or the year before their last year, they go out on the ships. So one of those guys was from a very well-to-do family. So we became good buds because he knew I was going to SEAL training. He wanted to become SEAL too. So he took me. His dad was a dentist. They had a beautiful home. So I got to, go in this beautiful home. I've never been in such a nice home before in my life at that point. So, hanging out with him, he showed me around Portland. I went back there, like I said, for another month. It was great time, beautiful city. But I went back there, I think about 10 years ago, and it all changed. And of course, it's gone downhill much more now. Antifa headquarters, it's a mess, guys. So you have to have the military basically come in, and it's invaded. It's invaded. You can imagine it as having been invaded by an enemy, and it has to be retaken. That's what we have in some of these cities, right? In a lot of these cities, unfortunately, some of them more than others, right? So they've been invaded. A deep state is basically running them. Illegal activities, they make money. These politicians make money. Corrupt judges, corrupt cops, all kind of crazy stuff. They drive all the good people out, and we have to retake these cities. So you got the Marines in there basically, taking the city back, storming the beach there where the river, meets the city. You can think of it like that. And they're coming in to basically retake that city. So, kudos to all the military that are going to be involved in this, guys. You need to back them up, support them any way you can. Let them know that you support them. I tell you, the first time that I ever in my whole career, 24 years as a SEAL, the last, I think, year or two before I got out of the Navy, I was at the Academy, Naval Academy. I was senior enlisted there, and helping guys, that wanted to go to BUDS and so forth. There was, and I always wanted to go there, see why the Naval Academy cadets were so good, because all the Navy Academy guys we got were like badass. So I think that the academies really, really do a good job of training future officers. Not all of them, but I would say 95 to 99%. So very, very high level. So I remember after 9/11, you guys remember me talking about, I told the 3-star admiral there that we need to really beef up security here because I think there's going to be an attack. And then we have 9/11. It was only then. So my whole career, people knew that I was a Navy SEAL. No one ever said thank you. I didn't expect people to say thank you. I wasn't in it for thank yous, right? But it was only then, after 9/11, that people would come up to me and say thank you for your service, right? So a lot of you are going to be thanking the military for their service coming up, all right? A lot of you, all right? Don't wait. Start now. So it's going to get pretty shitty out there. It's already shitty. You can see it right here. This is just the beginning. So deep state is not going to go away easy in the night, right? They will resist. They will fight. In the meantime, we have the potential of earth changes going on, right? So let me do a real quick one on this one, and then I gotta go. I'm doing a military group show. You'll probably see this on the site in a day or two. But it's where a bunch of military guys, we get together and we talk about what's going on. Boy, I got a lot to share tonight. So, all right. So this is Stefan Burns. He's basically a great guy. So you see Northern Lights back behind him. I've been up into Canada. I've seen the Northern Lights. They're absolutely phenomenal. And that's basically energy coming into the earth. So there's been a lot of energy coming into the earth, and it's building up. And it's getting released here and there, but I think we're going to see some very significant activity coming up.
Geophysicist Stefan Burns here. Breaking news, in fact, a ton to report today because there is a lot happening energetically. We just got out of a G3 geomagnetic storm. The storming is still going, but that big pulse of G3 activity, which is a strong geomagnetic storm, that has come to a close.
So that energy comes into Earth, electrical energy comes into Earth, basically builds up, and then it gets released. And it gets released in earthquakes and volcanoes and hurricanes and so forth.
After that occurred, we had a magnitude 6.9 earthquake strike the Philippines. And now, just within an hour as I'm recording this, we just had a magnitude 6.0 earthquake strike Indonesia near the island of Bali. So 2 big earthquakes hit Southeast Asia today. And well, that's one of the things I talked about in yesterday's live stream as to.
So now this is the problem going back for hundreds, thousands of years. There were groups that watched this type of activity. They could project and predict when there were going to be major earth change activity. That has been suppressed and stopped out. There's so many people now in the scientific community that are programmed to discount this, right? So this is bad because we in the past have been able to, like I said, know when earth change activity was coming and then, get ready for it. Today, most people are going to find out the hard way. And that's what's happening now. Like I've said, there's going to be, I believe, very, very significant earth change activity.
Now, these sort of geomagnetic fluctuations can induce very powerful electric currents in Earth's surface. And if those hit faults that are at critical stresses, that could be an agent of destabilization. And then we get that rupture. Seems that's exactly what happened today. At least there is a clear connection in time between this G3 geomagnetic storm, the main phase of it, and then the earthquakes. And in addition to that, sunspots are still exploding on the sun. We're around 190, 200. We have some big sunspots that will soon be Earth facing direct in the next day or two. And that's a transit that will last all the way through about October 3rd, when we have that close approach of 3I Atlas to Mars. We also just had a big plasma filament blast off from the southwest limb of the sun that does not appear Earth directed, but like we saw back in March 28th, 2025, where we had this big X-class flare and coronal mass ejection launched from the sun that corresponded with the magnitude 7.7 earthquake in Myanmar. There was an aftershock. There was a 6.6 and a 6.2 earthquake that also struck a spreading ridge in the ocean. It seems that we get these sometimes spikes in activity that are not only reflected here on Earth, but also across the solar systems, primarily with the sun. So that's what's happened today. Big solar activity, big geomagnetic activity, and big earthquake activity. All that and more in today's video. Now, before we get into it, I have two.
All right. So it's coming. So now what's coming? That's what a lot of us have been talking about. A lot of us being people that understand this energy, watch this energy, feel this energy, and are predicting a lot of the stuff. Now, the manipulation is one thing, where these energies come in, and then you have the deep state Bubba's basically taking that energy and directing it the way they want to. But on another level, there is the natural energies that are coming in, and will they be used by the deep state to cause more damage than we would normally see? I think that we are basically on that verge of that possibility, right? Now, the deep state can bump it up, but they're not the main reason why we're having this activity, obviously. This activity, like I talked about, has been, prophesied, and, some people, feel the energies coming in. And then there is, like Stefan Burns, there's people in the past which have very accurately, calculated when these energies were coming in. Because you've seen, like stone circles and so forth. I believe a lot of those were used at one point to determine, why would they be put there to begin with? And some people say, well, they look at the stars and they can determine when to plant the crops and all that kind of stuff. That's very lame, right? That was very significant, stone circles. And some of those stones, you see, 20, 30 feet above ground, you're almost the same below ground, guys. And then you don't see all the stuff they used to have paintings on them, and they would hang crystals and all kind of stuff on them. You don't see those anymore, but there were, multiple reasons why they did that. One of them, I believe, was so that those stone circles actually calmed, just like the pyramids. It's been shown that some of the pyramids that were torn down, there were massive problems within storm systems that would start to happen again, that they saw that had happened in the past long ago. So some of these pyramids were made to basically control a lot of these crazy activities. And we see these pyramids all over the earth. There's like thousands of pyramids all over the earth, guys. And some of them have been, discovered over time. And some of them still haven't been. So a lot of these pyramids, I believe, were put in place to basically calm the energies that would come at certain times. They're placed in specific, energy points of the earth to calm those energies and, reconfigure the energy so that would cause damage. Obviously, that technology, the knowledge of that has been lost for the great extent. And then you have the idiots that come in and basically on purpose or just because they've been trained to be idiots or whatever, probably a combination, they discount these energies that are coming in and how they flow along fault lines, how they flow along energy lines and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that's coming at us. So we need to like educate ourselves very quickly here. And that's what I've been trying to do for years. It's a tough go. Just like, figuring out the deep state. Everybody's focused on the deep state, but we may have something else that's coming that we probably should be, at least giving a little bit of attention to, actually a lot of attention, to tell you the truth. Now, I've seen a lot of this. Some people have said 100-foot tsunamis hitting the west coast of the United States. I think it's a possibility of a lot higher, right? That doesn't mean that you can be 3 miles inland at 1,000 feet, where I think we're going to get a 1,000-footer, and it's going to be 1,000 feet in. No, you're going to probably be hit by earthquake activity, right? Earthquake activity. So we'll get probably one fault zone off the coast, get crack hard, build a tsunami up. Now, like I said, if you're far inland on high grounds, you're good. So where I'm at, about 8,000 feet, where I'm at, I'm way above you, all the way down on the lake level. I wouldn't want to be down there because there's a fault line that runs right through Lake Tahoe. So fault line after fault line is going to get activated because they're way overdue for being releasing energy. So that means the energy's been building up for a long time and it's reaching critical level. And now we have all this energy coming in from the sun, right? So I think that, there's possibly Lake Tahoe is going to slosh. So, I've talked about how years ago, I was talking about how I was going to have to run up the hills, right? That was on the South Lake side. I'm on the North Lake side now. I'm pretty good where I'm at, I think. If not, then I can jump in my car or run up the hill very quickly, very easily, and get an even higher ground, super high ground. So if it goes like over 9,000 feet, oh well, so we're all doomed. But I don't see that lake right there sloshing to that level. I see it sloshing, probably taking out some of the homes along the lake, of course, and then sloshing to the point where it goes down the Tahoe River and even taking out Reno. So I've heard that from other psychics that have told me that, and they encourage me to continue to warn people because they see similar activity that I do, right? So there you go. It's not easy doing this work because you get criticized, but hey, I'm a tough guy. So anyway, you can discount it if you want, but maybe you're part of the consciousness that doesn't carry forward. Because I think part of this is for those that are lower level consciousness, like we're seeing in Portland, basically don't carry forward. And that could be part of, that being taken out. So, and that's happened in many, many cases in the past. All right. So that's all I got to share for now. Like I said, I got another show coming up. Stay in the love vibration. And I'll see you guys next time.
The United States is definitely heading for some kind of black swan event, and this could make or break the future of that country and the world. It's a very important time. Now, there are many signs of this, but of course the big one is September 30th. It's the fiscal year end of the United States, and since Trump is talking about a government shutdown, it looks like they didn't get the financing for this. Now, what worries me is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, has summoned 800 generals to physically go to Virginia. That sets off a lot of alarm bells because it sort of reminds me of that scene in Game of Thrones where all the guests were invited to a wedding to be slaughtered. And if I were a general, I would not go. The other thing that really worries me is that in his UN speech, Donald Trump basically threatened war with Russia, and he sort of said, all right, there's a lot of good stuff in the speech, which I'll get to, but essentially what he said is either you give us money or we start all-out thermonuclear war. So it's clearly a sign that the United States is on the brink. And under the current regime, okay, the United States is not an independent country. So Trump definitely works for Israel. He works for Benjamin Netanyahu. This has been confirmed in multiple ways, and there's no sign that that is about to change. I want you to watch this 3-minute clip to understand, what sort of leadership controls the United States.
Andrew Colvett is a Jew? It's just unbelievable. It's every single time with these people. Andrew Colvett, the lead spokesperson for TPUSA, Turning Point USA, a Christian organization founded by Charlie Kirk, a Jesus-believing Christian, is a Jew. This is the same Jew who can be seen on tape physically intervening with and stopping another young man from giving on camera his first-person eyewitness account just moments after this incident took place in Utah, from telling the world what he witnessed. And then just went on the lam and went and got some Dairy Queen because he was so bothered about being the assassin that everyone was looking for. The one that prepared paragraph after paragraph of text to his trans lover that we don't know who this person is, have never seen pictures of this person, don't even know if this person exists, who's cooperating with the FBI. The FBI that told you that the Epstein files are a hoax and that they don't exist and that there was never any blackmail and that pedophiles don't exist within our government who are fucking kids on tape being captured, compromised, and blackmailed by Israel. Who, by the way, Charlie Kirk had around him in every way possible. Not just Andrew Colvett, the Jew lead spokesperson for TPUSA, but Charlie Kirk's entire security detail was Israeli. That's by Charlie Kirk's own admission. Charlie Kirk said that. Charlie Kirk may have also had Secret Service detail because Trump just recently appointed him to some board position for the Air Force. The same Secret Service, by the way, that failed allowing Donald Trump to be shot in the ear by another lone wolf gunman with a high-powered rifle that just so happened to climb himself onto a rooftop and go completely undetected. Where did that story go, by the way? Don't allow yourself to be gaslit into believing that you're anti-Semitic or that you're a conspiracy theorist or that you're disrespecting Charlie Kirk's legacy or that you're spitting on his grave or being insensitive to his fundraising wife and family because you're questioning these lies. And any influencer that's telling you these things, they have motives that are multifaceted. They're lying. They're lying certainly, and they're lying intentionally. They want money. They have self-preservation in mind. They want to be a viable future candidate in this fake political system. And so they're going to run with the official narrative. They're lying to you. All of them are lying to you. And I will be damned if I'm going to sit here and be gaslit or silenced or be ostracized from the internet or dismissed as some crazy conspiracy theorist because I don't believe any of this shit. The ultimate trigger man was the Jew. And now the Jew is running a cover operation.
So you have this group of Satan worshipers who stage events to try to manipulate public opinion running your country, and that's no way to run a country. Erica Kirk ran a so-called charity in Romania that was kicked out because all the children were disappearing. This is called Romanian Angels. So she has a record as a Satanist and a child pusher, and she was also connected to Trump in his early days. So this is very important. Now, I mean, getting back to the Trump speech, he did, say some good things. He talked about all the immigrant problems and about the climate change nonsense and how the UN was useless. All that was great, but the bottom line is the United States is going to go bankrupt. I'm tired of this rogue state causing troubles and wars everywhere. And I have a message for the generals. If Trump says, okay, we're about to go bankrupt and we're going to have to, radically cut the U.S. military, well, the Dragon family has an offer on the table to fully finance the U.S. military after the failure of the United States corporation and turn them into a planetary defense force. And we recommend building a new capital somewhere in the Midwest from scratch because the current U.S. government is so dysfunctional that it cannot be allowed to continue as is. It has to be completely rebuilt. And to understand what sort of system American people live on. I was looking at some data, and it turns out, according to a recent poll, I'll put the links in my weekly report, but 98% of Americans are in debt. Okay, they have no savings. They're debt slaves. 50% of Americans, or close to 50% of Americans, worry about debt every day. So you're in a system of debt slavery controlled by Satan-worshipping who create money out of nothing and then force you to, spend a lifetime of work just to pay your debt. And that is not a system that can be allowed to continue. We need to pull the plug on this. I'm asking for the military to say, this is it. This is the showdown at the OK Corral. Either you get rid of Israel or you'll be destroyed as a country. So, and the fact that Trump did a complete flip-flop on the Ukraine shows that he is completely out of touch with the American people and the people of the world. And, Vladimir Zelensky, the so-called dictator of Ukraine, is widely despised. Take a look at this clip from the UN at his speech. The Ukrainian TV had to digitally alter the speech to make it look like there was an actual audience, but there wasn't. Take a look.
War has already reached too many people to pretend it has nothing to do. But even during bloodshed, there isn't a single international institution that can truly stop it. That's how weak these institutions have become.
Now, so there's going to be some kind of attempt to, enslave the Americans with digital currency, or they're going to call it Gesara, Nasara, something, whatever it is. It's not real because it's not backed by anything that actually exists. It's all numbers on computers using AI to try to control people. And getting back to Donald Trump, here he is talking about making peace between, Armenia and Cambodia or something like that. There's something wrong. And the other thing is that we're now finding out that every month around the 24th, he has a big bruise on his hand. So he's getting some kind of transfusion. So I would strongly recommend that the U.S. military seriously think about the mental stability of their commander-in-chief. I hate to say this, but something is not right with Trump. Now, the other thing that's going on is I think that a big move is going to be made against Israel. And I think this is what this meeting of the generals is all about. Remember, you're the American Armed Forces. You serve the United States. You don't work for Israel. So do not fight for Israel. It is a widely despised terrorist state run by Satanists. And it cannot be allowed to continue. I'm getting reports that Egypt is building up a large army on the border at the Sinai. And I think Turkey and Iran are also going to get ready to move. It's time to end that country, replace it with something that's normal. And also the Iranians have started broadcasting on their TV all sorts of the secrets they got from Israel. And this one clip is an example, but it shows you that they have a complete understanding of exactly who is involved in Israel's nuclear weapons program and their entire power structure. The fact that they published this means that they're ready to take it down. So something is going to happen there. However, there is a lot of good stuff also happening with the Trump regime that we do need to talk about. Now, finally, James Comey, the former FBI director, has been indicted. This is a sign that they're going to go after the entire Obama network, the Clinton network, and they're going after the Antifa funding, they're going after the Soros funding. This is all very good, but it's sort of like when you have two enemies and wait, and then you have less of a problem to deal with at the end. That's the sort of situation we're facing. Another thing that people need to be aware of is that there has been a fundamental split between the Five Eyes controlled by the British, that's basically Canada, New Zealand, Australia, and a good chunk of the United States military, versus the ones who are loyal to Israel. And the British side has already started firing people who were blackmailed by Epstein or by Israel for sex tapes. And now Sarah Ferguson, the Duchess of York, is being removed from all positions. And MI6 informs me that Israel and Epstein also have compromat on King Charles, so he's probably going to have to go. And in France, President Nicolas Sarkozy has been sentenced to 5 years in jail. That's a good sign. That's a sign that it's starting. So, you know, we're getting some high-level people being removed now. We're almost there, folks, but we're not quite there yet. Another thing that's going to be popping up on everyone's screen soon is I'm hearing that Kim Kardashian and the Kardashian family is going to be a RICO lawsuit, and there'll be a lot of incredible revelations coming out of that. So that's something that you need to keep your eyes out for. But, you know, clearly the situation cannot continue as follows. And next week will be a big week. But remember, even if the U.S. defaults on September 30th, they'll be given 2 weeks. So there could be some kind of limbo, and it'll be a very dangerous time. But we really do need to remove the control of the financial creation machinery from the Khazarian mafia. That's the only way we're going to be able to liberate the West from this nightmare. And there's a huge push by these people to try to get us into a digital prison. So in the UK, for example, we watched this little clip.
Breaking news now. Digital ID will be made law for all adults in an effort to tackle small boats. Downing Street believes that a mandatory ID card system will help stop illegal immigrants working.
You can see that they're trying to force everybody to get digital ID, and it seems that now they're saying that's how we'll be able to deal with all these illegal criminal immigrants who are coming in. So now we see it. The Soros Foundation and these people pay military-age males from the third world to come to Europe and the United States and cause trouble. And then they're going to use this trouble as an excuse to create a digital dictatorship. And of course, they're also still trying to start a war between Islam and Christianity, staging all these events and provocations. We must not be fooled by this. It's time to finish these scum off once and forever. We're almost there. So I think it's good that the Obama side is being taken down, but we then need to go after the entire network. We should not have politicians who are blackmailed with tapes of them in charge of countries. So the military needs to understand that. Normally, the military says, okay, we don't interfere in civilian affairs, but the civilian governments in the West have been hijacked by Satan-worshipping gangsters, and most leaders, this is a fact. You have the evidence, you know it's real. They need to all be removed. That's why we need the military to come in and clean this up. And again, I promise, the Dragon family will provide all the funding necessary to transform the U.S. military from being a corporate enforcer and a slave to Israel to being a force for good on the planet Earth. That's what we're all fighting for. So let's make it happen. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. At first, we thought Charlie Kirk's shooting was a fake assassination, but now more and more videos of different angles are coming out. One that has a muzzle flash from behind Charlie, which would totally debunk this left-wing from the roof shooter nonsense. What do you think is really going on here, and what's the most up-to-date information that you have?
You know, they're trying to keep us all focused on the Charlie Kirk thing by putting out one video after another, and you know, it's just a distraction. I would tune out of that. Just to keep in mind, remember that Erica Kirk made a satanic hand sign when she met Trump. That tells you all you need to know. Just so my advice is to completely tune out of this whole psyops and focus on the real problems, and you know, just turn off all the Charlie Kirk stuff, but do focus on the Erica Kirk child trafficking angle. Okay, that's where you got to go and see where that leads, because the Romanians have provided the proof that she was trafficking children. That's all you need to know about this whole fake Charlie Kirk thing. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Touching on the Erica Kirk thing that you just mentioned, has she been replaced? We did see the satanic hand symbols that you posted, and this doesn't seem to ally with what her beliefs said several years ago.
I think that, you know, a critical mass of people saw that video, and they know that she is not a Christian leader for American people. She is a satanic Mossad plant, and you know, she must be removed from any position of influence. And I believe that's already happened, because, you know, they've lost the ability to fool us with Freemason staged events. You know, we're figuring it out now. We're not being fooled. So again, I think she should probably put in jail, but that whole thing needs to be shut down. And we've got to stop having government by Freemason street theater. That's not how you run a government. You know, what you have in a real government is the people tell their leaders what they want, and the leaders try to make that happen as best they can. That's what's supposed to happen, not some secret group staging some kind of event to try to manipulate people into war, etc. That's not how we run a country. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What are your thoughts on Russia as a country? Putin himself has called Russia, quote, the last Christian nation, and apparently Putin himself is a devout Christian. He also is offering free Russian citizenship for anyone who is seeking safe haven as a Christian. What are your thoughts on this?
The Russian Orthodox Church is behind Vladimir Putin, and Russia is a Christian country. And contrary to what Trump said in his UN speech, their economy is booming. They're actually growing. The standards of living are very high, and they're now one of the biggest economies in the world. I would, if I were an American, I'd probably want to emigrate to Russia. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How do you tell the difference between the regular Jewish people and the satanic Khazarian mafia Zionists? Furthermore, do the real Jewish people also believe in the Talmud and turning all, quote, goys, aka non-Jews, into slaves?
No, I mean, most Jews, myself included, I never even heard of the Talmud. I didn't know it existed when I grew up. Our basic belief is the golden rule: do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And that includes everybody, not just Jews. So you can tell by their actions, not by their words, okay? Because these people lie through their teeth. So you've got to judge them by what they do, not by what they say. And I'm going to tell you a Jewish joke that's was told to me by a Jewish Mossad member, but it goes like this. How do you say fuck you in Hebrew? Trastami, trastami. When you get that kind of slimy person, trying to rip you off, then you know they're not a real Jew. Next question.
Evan, speaking of the Zionist Jewish population, where do you put Ben Shapiro on all of this?
Well, they were trying to slide him in as a, as a substitute for Charlie Kirk because they were angry that the American people were waking up to Israeli tyranny. But it's not working. People see through this now. They cannot just put they have a Jewish Pope now promoting homosexuality, and they think he's in charge of the Catholic Church. He's not. These people all need to be shunned. They need to be removed from any position of power and influence. And that means we're going to have to go after Silicon Valley to remove their control of that whole digital infrastructure. That's the key. And moving a capital to Washington, D.C. would be a good move because that's the biggest center for these huge AI data centers that they're trying to enslave us with. If I had the ability to do so, I'd send in a nuke and completely blow up all the data centers in Washington, D.C. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on the existence of demons and whether they're supernatural or spiritual nature? Do they exist? And if so, what do you think they are and where do they come from?
Well, I was brought up as an atheist, but I have personally seen people being possessed. Their pupils turn black and they speak with a different voice and they have access to knowledge and languages that they shouldn't have. So I think that they are some kind of thought form, and at a very deep level, I believe this universe is a digital structure, and something in the fabric of that structure is able to sometimes hijack human beings and take over, remotely control them. And this is something that we need to have serious scientific investigation on. I know that the Catholic Church has a lot of experience in this area, and I think we need more scientific investigation. But it is clear that there are entities that are able to hijack human beings and take control of them. And it's usually it's people who are troubled mentally, or they have some kind of huge conflict in their mind, something like that makes them vulnerable. So, yeah, this is something that needs to be looked into. is definitely a real phenomenon. But I'm not an expert, but I have seen it with my own eyes. So there is something there, and we need to find out more. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and let's see what happens after September 30th, and let's hope that we can finally bankrupt the U.S. corporation and really restore the Republic of the United States of America. And again, once that's done, all debts from everything you owe will be canceled, and you'll be given the money that was stolen from you by Federal Reserve fraud, and there will be a complete reboot of everything. Right now, America is in the biggest crisis of its history, and it's time to completely reboot the country and make it what it was supposed to be, which is a beacon of democracy, freedom, and progress, and happiness. Okay, well, I hope to see you next week.
Hello, everyone. This is Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So the amazing meeting that's going to happen tomorrow with Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and President Donald Trump, where they're going to have all of the 800 admirals and generals involved, is going to be monumental, right? I just did a show with Sheila Holm, and it's still uploading to YouTube, but it should be there shortly. And it's going to describe in detail what was written by Donald Trump that was released on January 1st by military personnel, and also just recently, right? I'll bring that up and outline that in a second. But first of all, let's look at, prophecy that's happening right now with Donald Trump. It's quite monumental in and of itself, of course, and we're going to look at that. So on Roseanne Barr, she had a guest on that basically talked about this incredible prophecy that's coming in. He's written about it. We're going to let him talk about it, but this is pretty interesting subject.
We will get into the Hebrew calendar.
Yeah.
It's a wheel, and it repeats over and over. And people still don't see it, but that's why.
All right, so that's an important point right there. It's a wheel that repeats over and over again. So we're seeing this repeat now with Donald Trump.
The Avatar is the greatest book written in 2,000 years.
Thank you.
Because you're putting it all together for us.
It's amazing because, listen, we know this. Not a lot of people don't know it. God is so real, and it's not just people say, okay, that's way back then. No, it affects everything. The same God, the same truth is now. Yeah. And once you see it, it's like, whoa, because, some people get scared, but it's the opposite. It's like God's in control. There's a reason. Yeah. Let me.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, now where are we up to? Because I see you listed them.
We've been talking about this stuff. It's nice to have. Oh, what do you need? Well,
no,
let me ask you a question.
I wanted to see.
I don't want to give your book away with the Avatar, but Trump is prophesized, and what we know what's going on with the demonic possession of anti-Jew hatred right now in America. Is that foretold?
Well, that goes a few things. Yeah, and I would say more that it's foreshadowed because you got it's like a template that comes true. Well, on one hand, and that also goes with the dragon's prophecy, like what's happening now, and that. But Trump, okay, one of the things that, like, for instance, to understand what's happening now. Jehu was anointed by a prophet, and his mission was to strike down the house of Ahab. Again, now in the American house.
All right, so we know that Trump today had a meeting with Netanyahu at the White House, and they outlined 20 points for peace in the Middle East. It's very interesting. Of course, we have to have all parties agree to this, Hamas being one of them. Will Hamas agree to peace? But Trump has outlined it, looks really good, and we'll see how this works out. But listen to how this prophecy happens. It seems like Trump is going through the same prophecy now.
They have is everything that's taken over that whole woke ideology, everything. Well, Trump has been doing that, especially since he came back. He's been like Jehu on steroids. He's been basically rolling this thing back. And one thing, when you read about what Jehu did when he came to the government, you read the Bible headings. It says he purged the government. Purge. That's exactly what Trump has done more than any other president. Purge the government. Jehu also tore down the temple of Baal. Now, the temple of Baal was used to perform child sacrifice, right? And so it's interesting because Trump, more than anybody, whatever people feel, Trump more than anybody was responsible for the overturning of Roe versus Wade, which was America's temple of Baal. And also he's been dismantling. He's a dismantler. He's taking down agencies and things that he knows goes against. But it's the first person in the Bible who was told about
All right. So again, Sheila Holm and I talked about one of the things that all of us have been mentioning for several years now, that military is the only way. So Trump and Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, are going to reform the military so that we can all trust the military again. And again, we talked about it in detail, but I'm going to skim over that. But look at all of these things that are coming true, the things that are basically prophesized, things that have happened in the past that are coming full circle and happening again, but happening like this gentleman's talking about, Donald Trump on steroids, right? It's crazy. Jehu on steroids.
Jehu was the prophet Elijah.
Yes.
When Elijah was like discouraged because the whole nation was falling away from God, and he comes to God and says, I'm the only one left. God says, you're not the only one, but I want you to anoint some people now. And he says, anoint a man called Jehu. And then God talks about the sword of Jehu. Now it's interesting because you remember on the night of Trump's inauguration, he goes to this ball and they give him a present and it's a sword. And he takes the sword and starts waving it, Trump, waving the sword and dancing with the sword. Now, what president does that? No president, but Jehu does it. Trump comes as a sword for those who've been warring against God. They see him. It's like
the Constitution.
Yeah, it seems like and it seems like a judgment. But for God's people, it's a reprieve. Jehu was a reprieve. He was giving them hope. He was protecting God's people. Truly. So we are in this. I mean, it's an amazing thing. Let me throw in a quick mystery about Trump. In the Avatar, there's this mystery gives the time that each one will be on the political stage, or the days that are appointed for each one. Everybody. I mean, the exact time. I gave you 10. What about Trump? Well, Trump's always been around, but he hasn't been on the political stage. And now, if I ask people when did Trump first come on the political stage, the national political stage, people will say, 15. Well, 2016 or 2015. But the answer, the truth